Alrighty, hello everybody, how are we doing today? I hope you're all doing well and hope you're ready for some more MEIOU and taxes, where we will jump into our Netherlands run where things are starting to get a little interesting. We have a colony in the Caribbean and are looking to jump into, well, technically we're already in Mexico. We're looking at creating a new colony in Mexico, and then we are also looking at breaking into the American Southeast. In addition, we're also going to be trying to get to Japan today, probably to break into that market, because that will be very useful. We can't break into China yet, unfortunately, but once we increase our income, probably by like another 10 ducats, I can build a heavy fleet and I can send it out to the east, and then we can, number one, probably colonize Taiwan to try and break into at least some of the Chinese market. And number two, we can try and start the process of conquering the, well, pretty much all of Indonesia. Like everything that's going to have the Spice Island, I want to conquer for the Dutch Empire. But for now, we will focus on the New World and building up some strong colonial nations. We really don't have much competition when it comes to colonial conflicts. The only one that is now going to be a problem is Spain. The AFU, the Anglo-French Union, is not colonizing. They have not finished their exploration ideas. And Portugal, I'm essentially farming. I just keep attacking them and looting them into the ground and taking their colonial holdings. In fact, we just stole a colony from them. They had a colony in the Caribbean, and we yoinked that away from them, took it for ourselves. So as long as we can keep doing that, it'll be nice. Fighting Spain is going to be tough. They have a lot of troops. They took quantity ideas. They also have a hell of a lot of allies. Like a lot of them. So it'd be a much larger commitment to fight Spain to steal their colonies, but as long as we keep increasing our population and making sure everything's working, then hopefully one day we can actually fight them. Hello, Matt, Mark of Bark, Sparkly Wallflower, Janoga, Schuber. Hope you're all doing well. You only watched about half the last VOD, then again, I don't think I can keep awake past the Yap section tonight. Well, that's okay. I appreciate you stopping by even if you can't stay the whole time. I understand you do have to sleep at some point, I guess. Kind of a selfish decision on your part when you really think about it. But sleeping is kind of important. Caught up on the VODs, living the run so far. Glad you're enjoying it. Like a mix between EU4 and Vicky. Yeah, I think it is the natural next step that EU5 is taking a lot of the aspects of MEIOU and taxes, or at least the kind of design theories behind it and applying that to EU5. I know some people really enjoy the like modifier stacking of EU4, and I think that's perfectly fine. I mean, I enjoy it too, but I do think it's a natural evolution to go that next step. I'm also glad to see, as far as we know, that the next iteration of EU4 is not a more simplified version of EU4. I think that would have been my largest concern going into it, but what we've seen from the Tinto talks, it seems that that's not going to be the case, which is fantastic. There is something I want to look at regarding to Project Caesar today. The map came out, the Friday maps, and it's of Japan, and it's crazy how many tags there actually are in Japan. You know, it kind of makes you wonder. Okay, we'll talk about when we get there. Okay, we'll talk about when we get there, but. But yeah, we'll go over that. Don't watch VODs at 2 times speed. I always watch VODs at 2 times speed. How many people have already made the POE and taxes joke? Nobody today has made it. So you're free to do it if you wish. No one has already claimed it for today. I need to go to the Tinto Talks thing so we can take a look at the map of Japan. And it will be a pretty fun place. It's also technically a map of Korea, but that's not really what I was looking at when we looked at it. Or when I looked at it. Okay, display capture, perfect. So, Japan is going to start off what looks to be united. It's not actually united though. But it is one single tag. But in reality, I have to go down. But also look at the, okay, before we even do that, look at how many provinces, or sorry, locations there are in Japan. That is not locations. This is the location map mode. First of all, this is Korea, very dense, very, very dense. And then look at Japan. This is crazy. This is crazy amounts of detail. This is like Holy Roman Empire level of province density. Like, there are so many more provinces in it than in EU4, which, I mean, it was probably always going to happen, right? But like, this is insane. Actively insane. Is the Obama clan in there? I don't know. Oh, there's also MEIOU, which also has tons of province density. And the one thing I saw about this is I was like, okay, well, that's a lot of province density for Japan, but you don't see a lot of that same province density elsewhere in the world other than in Europe. It's like, come on, man. Come on. But at some point you gotta make sure the game runs. Some point you gotta make sure the game runs. Also, Ryukyu, 3 provinces. Locations. But yeah, it's crazy how in detail it is. I mean, this right here is the province map mode, which is the state map mode, which looks more like the regular Japan from EU4, right? I mean, MEIOU is a little bit more detailed, but this looks like EU4 Japan, which is crazy. And this down here are the different areas. I mean, it's whatever, it's not that big of a deal to me. We do have the areas in here, the topography map mode. Decent amount of flatlands and hills, a lot of mountains right around Mount Fuji. Very, very cool. We have a lot of forest. A lot of forest here. Some flatlands, some farmlands as well. And what looks to be valleys near the coast. But lots of forest. So there's going to be lots of wood. And then this is just the climate. This is again just the shogunate. But the one thing I really wanted to look at. Oh, this is development here. So, I mean, there are definitely a couple of green spots around. So that's cool. We have the natural ports as well. We got a lot of good natural ports around here. Korea also has some pretty good ones. Some fantastic ports here in what looks to be Manchuria. This is culture. There are, I guess, 5 technically, but MEIOU are. It's not a tag. It's landless people, right? Is that that's what they're calling them? Kyushi, Saikoku, Tokugu, and Tohaku. That's a guess. I don't know. They are Shinto. They talk about how it's Shinto because it's identifiable. It is Buddhist Shinto, but they know that people know that, Shinto equals Japan, so that's what they've called it. Pacific Isles. I don't think Pacific Isles are in. Here are all the trade goods. I mean, there's a lot of legumes and rice. Decent amount of lumber, and then there's other stuff. This map mode doesn't do much for me because it doesn't mean anything to me right now. I don't know how much of one resource I really need to have, so it's whatever. It's all in one single trade node, which I don't know how that works. I would feel like you'd need more than one here, but maybe because they're an island, it's easier to keep control over this node. You can see it's even pushing in towards the coast of Korea. Population-wise, Japan has 9.6 million compared to 2.5 million in Korea. And then we get to the actual thing. Extraterritorial countries. This is how the daimyos are going to be represented. And look how many there are. Look at them. There's so many of them. And so I don't know exactly how the gameplay is going to work. But each clan has certain provinces that they control. Let's see, maybe they tell us about here. When you're waiting for this, the samurai clans in Japan are represented by extraterritorial countries We've tried to be as close as possible to their distribution of territory in 1337. As you can imagine, this is not an easy task and some more tweaking is needed. So if you have any feedback or extra info on that regard, it would be much appreciated. Unfortunately, there's some overlapping of some clans on the same territory, and only one name can be shown at a time, so not all names are visible. The Oda clan is still there, I promise. But there are a total of 143 clans, not counting Ashikaga. Plus 2 extra for each of the imperial courts that are present at start. Related to this, each clan will pledge its allegiance to either the northern or southern court, mainly based on their historical allegiances, but allowing a bit of leeway, and those allegiances don't necessarily have to be permanent. So as a bit of an extra tease, these are the allegiances of the clans at the start. Yellow are the north court supporters, blue are the southern court, and again, keep in mind that only one color can be present, even if there's more than one clan with different allegiances in the same location. So this is the court. It's the fight between Ashikaga and the Emperor. But look at these are all going to be playable. Now, I don't know what the gameplay is going to be like. Since they're landless tags, do I have troops? Like, are we going to fight like usual? I don't know. But there are 143 options of different clans that you can choose. I'm always a fan of the Hosokawa clan. I think it's in a good spot. You got a good harbor here. You are close to Ashikaga. But you're in a good spot to expand in multiple directions. And they do own land in different areas, the clans do. Like this right here looks like it's owned by Hosokawa. And can I open this in a new image so we can get a little bit closer? Yeah, okay. And then we have like the Ko clan that owns a province here and over here and over here. So they are a little bit more spread out. We'll see exactly how these work, but I'm looking forward to it. Japan looks like it's going to be a fun place to play. Very fun place to play. Didn't they already describe what things the different types of extraterritorial countries have? I mean, there was the map mode, or there was the Tinto talk about it, but I don't know if they talked about the daimyos. The map system, some selectable nation types. There's extraterritorial countries. Based around the buildings they own. They can't own land directly, but have subjects that own land. But can have subjects that own land. Their buildings often have pops directly linked to the building, and those pops are also tied to the country. One risk with them is that they need to keep positive relations with the places they have buildings in, or they may not be able to survive. Various banks, holy orders, and Hanseatic League holdings in 1337. So, I guess, but we still don't know what they actually do. We don't know what the actual gameplay is going to look like playing as one of these clans, but I'm sure we'll figure it out at some point. Hey, Cheetah William, how you doing? Looks very nice. It gives all kinds of ideas for administrative divisions and internal politics for MEIOU and Taxes 4.0. Huge MEIOU and Taxes 4.0. Yeah, I don't know. I'm excited to play in Japan now. I don't know if I do it for the first game. I don't know if I'm that much of a weeb. Sorry, weebs. I probably will be a Euro bro, but I don't know. It depends on how interesting it seems to play as one of the daimyos. We'll have to, or samurai clans, whatever they're called. Hey, Zavarna, how you doing? You caught up and you were very disappointed to see me take Lisbon. Look, okay? Sometimes you take Lisbon as a treat. Hey, Osami, how you doing? What is this guy yapping for? We were yapping about EU5. You'll have to do a game in Japan at least there once, even if the first 10 are on Netherlands and maybe Yemen. Real min-maxing. We've got to figure out how to get the Netherlands to be as rich as possible. Fair enough, I guess. Are you going to place the great country of Drenthe? Huge Drenthe. Also, I want to try and turn Drenthe into a city in our Netherlands game. So I need to do some investment into it. We're going to make Drenthe great, all right? I'm sick and tired of people dunking on Drenthe, even though maybe it's worth it. Something on the coast. Imagine building roads so we can have CE. Oh, imagine. There's quite a few places in Drenthe, multiple locations. It has horses, huge horses. The Knights of Drenthe, hold on. Molly will be your first game. Ooh, okay. All right, I respect that. E5 have many tags, you're certain, but you want to see the Netherlands? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I want to see some more of the game mechanics. I want to see like an after action report. I want to see a lot of things before I would decide where I want to go. I don't know if I want to do a colonization game first. We still don't really know how colonization is going to like feel. Like they kind of went over it in the dev diary about it, but I still don't know if it's something that I would really like. But I mean, Italy's right there. Italy is right there. It's always a good place to start. It's always pretty safe. Yeah, it's rich. It's good. You know, you're just chilling. Drenthe's only purpose is peat bogs and militant farmers. Everybody's got to have a hobby, I guess. Everybody's got to have a hobby. Why Ottoman is named in Turkish, but many other countries are not named with the respective native language in MEIOU? Do I know? If I had to guess, because everybody knows what the Ottomans are. I don't know. 1623 in your Yemen game right now. 580,000 urban, 12,000 burgers, trading thousands of goods a year. Damn, our Netherlands has got to catch up. We're slacking. But we did take a big hit to our economy recently since Lundu rivaled us. L. Italy is going to be hell in EU5. I can feel it. I mean, Italy's hell in every timeline, isn't it? What if not drinking water? I have water too. Everyone's fighting over Italy. Lots of destruction and devastation. Yeah, but imagine if you come out on top of that. If you come out on top of that pile. Huge. This is just Yemen, not colonial, but that reaches both the Venice trade posts and all the way to Malacca. So that's a lot of coverage for a single node. How? Oh, does it reach the Venice trade node or trade stuff in the Mamluks? Is that how? Like, how does it skip so far? We'll have to do a Yemen game in MEIOU and taxes at some point maybe, but not for a while since we just played in Ethiopia. It wouldn't be the same game, but it would be around the same area, and then I have to fear the Mamluks for another 200 years. Which is like, you know? Ooh. But Serbia is clearly the superior start in EU5. Yeah, okay. When I think of a place that I want to start for my first game in EU5, the place I want to think of is the Balkans. Stuck in between Hungary and the Ottomans. Truly, just a great place to be. Easy. Easy. What could possibly go wrong? I don't know. What do I think is my next MEIOU game? Oh, I don't know. You want to start as Yap? A valid choice. Always a valid choice. Someone left another comment on the VODs, guys. We got another Yap enjoyer. A Yap skipper has been converted yesterday. This is good. Very good. Everybody becomes a Yap enjoyer eventually. Doubters always lose. A gold center trade can reach through Lower Nile to the Levantine Sea, which has great. Oh, yeah, nope, that's true. I forgot about the little skippy. Little skip. Then Konkan to Malacca Strait and Somalia to Zand. God, gold center trades are very good. Very good. You missed the Yap. Can I do another Yap real quick? Long story short, we talked about Japan and how it looks interesting. That's about the extent of the yap. Didn't skip a yap once because you saw a map in the little video preview. You never know where a map might show up. The yap skippers will never know what we talk about. And sometimes it's talking about games. You'll ask Instagram Skip, have you ever played the EU4 board game? I've not. I know that it exists, but I've never played it. I don't know why I'd want to be honest with you. Like, if I could play EU4, why would I play the EU4 board game? Right? Because then I'd have to convince people to play the EU4 board game with me. And it's very difficult to convince people to do anything related to grand strategy games at all. So making them buy into doing a board game is a whole other thing. At the end of last VOD playing now during this, yeah, I'm doubling up on some Poe. That must be pretty confusing. EU4 board game has multiplayer that doesn't lag. You got me there. I don't have to play on speed 2. You played 2 hours of it in the MEIOU Texas team meetup 2 years ago, but it's just like the first 2 turns. It was fun though. I mean, at least it's fun. But I'd rather just play regular EU4, right? Or some other modded version of EU4. Maybe that's just me though. It's fun for folks that enjoy Eurocentric board games in general. Oh, does it not like... I don't know exactly what it does. I just know it exists. Is that... Is it just mostly focused on Europe? Wait. Is it like the map is of Europe, but there's like little boxes where you can see parts of Africa and Asia? Is that... Am I thinking of the right thing? When Poe plays Voltaire's Nightmare, I'm gonna be real. I played Voltaire's Nightmare once and it was super easy. And so I don't know if I'd want to. Like, yeah, there's lots of tags in Voltaire's Nightmare, but that means once you consolidate, you just win. You have 20,000 troops and all of your enemies have 2. And you just keep blobbing and no one really stops you. Like there's like the France on the outside that can hurt. Some of the Italian tags are pretty strong. Tyrol is pretty strong. Bohemia is pretty strong. But other than that, you just kind of roll. I did it as Ulm. And I just won. Map has an edge up to autos and then foreign colonial regions. EU4 board game. Europa Universalis, The Price of Power? That one? Is that the correct thing? Oh, that is a lot of pieces. That is a lot of pieces. There it is. There it is, guys. EU4, but in the real world. Lots of pieces, lots of things to keep track of. Is Ireland just like one area? L, Ireland, one area. Look at it. There's not even like provinces. What do you even do here? How am I supposed to do World Conquest starting as an OPM in this board game? You check there is a workshop mod for it on Tabletop Simulator. Oh, okay. There's more. It's an older prototype. Oh, okay. I mean, it's on the... I opened it on the, like... the page. But I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. If you play on Tabletop Simulator, you might as well just play EU4, right? I don't know. Maybe it's not as long. Maybe the board game is shorter. The meetup is where the timber rework was born. Huge. Something we gotta work on. We gotta get more wood. Or at least Denmark's gotta make more wood for us. You played Warhammer 40k on Tabletop Simulator? Sounds cheaper than buying it. All little minis, right? It's fairly complex, just a different experience with lots of similar elements. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I'm sure that the owners of 40K do not appreciate people playing it, which means, of course, I officially endorse it. Or, not endorse it, of course. You should definitely pay full price for every single little miniature. You want that miniature of a dog? You should pay $200 for that. Trust. Worth. So real. So for real. All right. It's game time. We need to colonize more. You know how it is. You must pay $2,000 for this big mech figurine that can only be used in a spin-off. True. You have to. You have to do it. No choice. Close that. Close that. Oh, we also need to hope that my computer doesn't crash in the middle of playing, because it crashed when I was trying to process the video last night. So let's hope that doesn't happen today. That would be very sad and very disappointing. How far are we in the yapping today? We are done yapping. That's where we are in the yapping today. It is game time. Well, it's time to yap about the game specifically. Right. It's been a half hour already. It has. Time flies when you're having yap time. Praise the cube? Yeah, praise the cube. You know how it is. Love my yapping though. Thank you. I appreciate that. The problem is I really want a game right now. Like, I really want to get back into the game. So the yapping is shorter. Plus, my tongue still kind of hurts. So just yapping is fine and all. Don't get me wrong. But we'll probably just make it to where the gameplay will be shorter because I don't know how long I'm going to go today. Hopefully a while. Did you become the empire on which the sun never sets? I don't think so. I think we need to... Yeah, I think once we get Hawaii, then... Maybe. Any questions when you were gone yesterday you still got? Not that I remember. I guess, do you still inherit tributaries? Or... No, I guess you wouldn't inherit tributaries. Do you inherit close tributaries when you annex someone? Because I'm planning on going into Mexico, and some of the tags have close tributaries, which I know are different, kind of, than regular tributaries. Like, they're kind of vassals, right? I've never used one, but can they become vassals some way? Do I have to worry about annexing all of their subjects first? Don't know you can always release them right afterwards? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, this is true. We could just release them afterwards. And I guess we'll find out, because we're already at war in Mexico. I declared the war before we ended stream, so that way I would remember. Not that our troops are over there in position or anything. But, you know. Think of the spirit. Alright, let's go over our general situation. Oh, Russia has formed. I didn't realize that. Cool. Also, the Ottomans flipped to Orthodox. Funny. Very funny. They converted to the Christian faith. But yeah, we are playing as the Netherlands. We own our culture group, and the Lowlands. Our entire population is converting to Calvinist, but I refuse to convert to Calvinist because it is simply not as good as Lutheran. Lutheran is crazy. 2.5% urban production efficiency, minus 5% tech cost, 0.25 yearly Republican tradition, and minus 5% idea cost, minus 0.05 monthly autonomy change is crazy. Compared to Calvinist, which gives 2.5% urban production efficiency, plus 1 merchant, minus 5% tech and idea cost, 5% morale of armies, plus 1 tolerance of the true faith, minus 1 tolerance of heretics, and minus 5% religious unity. Far and away, Lutheranism is just better. It's just much... Oh, I need to switch the category. I almost forgot again. You missed the yap. Sorry, Funny Scope. You did miss the yap today. Yeah, we're still doing well. We have become our special Dutch government reform. So we are technically a plutocracy now. We have Republican tradition and all that. We have really good leaders. Like, republics are far and away better than monarchies in MEIOU and taxes, it seems. Because we get to choose from 3 different options. Re-electing this guy costs 4 Republican tradition, I think. And electing someone new is... You get 5 Republican tradition for doing that. So you can get basically a free election for every single one if you want to remain even. It's awesome. But we still have Scandinavia as a personal union. They are chilling here. And unless they become a republic, they will always stay as that. We will never integrate them, though. It will take 500 more years for us to do that. And I don't really have any desire. They are a little bit mad at me. And that is because I forced religion on them. Not something I usually do, but it was... very weird that Scandinavia stayed Catholic, so I did that. The disloyalty will go away. We're currently paying for support loyalists, and it's costing us, like, nothing. How much was it? 1.09 ducats. So, you know, obviously I like that money back, but it's not the end of the world. Are the Pops converting and migrating into the country? They're converting. We're getting lots of events about them converting, but it doesn't matter because we have +1 tolerance of heretics. So, does not do much. I mean, there'll be a little bit more unrest, but as long as we keep it under control, we'll be A-okay. A-okay. What else did we do yesterday? We have extended our trading capabilities, and we finally got our subject in Dutch Spaniola, which owns almost the entirety of the Caribbean here. The Portuguese have grabbed another 2 islands, but we will take them off of them. Spain is unfortunately in the New World now, and is making plays for Mexico and Colombia. If they want to take Colombia, that's fine. I want Mexico. And the reason I want Mexico is I want to build up a colonial nation here that's very strong, that can fight in the New World for me if I declare wars over here, say on Spain, to take his colonies. Then I can focus on fighting Spain in Iberia, and my vassal, my subject, can fight Colombia and whatnot. That's the idea of it. We also went to war with Portugal a couple of times. We have Lisboa, so we are stealing a bunch of trade from the Strait of Gibraltar, sending it to the Channel, which we have control over, 72%. But also, importantly, we have taken lots of Portuguese land in their trade posts. We were not, unfortunately, able to grab this trade post, and it seems that it doesn't matter because Congo went and took it. Oddly enough, I did not realize that happened, but we can also see that Portugal is losing to Mel as well. They did attack Mali, but now they're defending against Mel, and I think Portugal is going to lose all of their land in Africa, which is great. Spain did give Madrid to the Pope. Very funny. Very funny, very funny, very funny. He gave it to the Pope. But yeah. Hungary broke their alliance with us. And then we got it back. And then Transylvania had their independence supported by essentially everyone over here. So, except Prussia. So I abandoned Hungary, so we no longer have that alliance anymore. We're not going to be able to get it back. I would love to grab another alliance somewhere at some point, but we'll see how that goes. I watched the last VOD. Isn't there a button you can see the percentage of pops that are a certain religion in your country? I don't know. I can check here. No, you're right. Wait, it's coming back to me? It's coming back to me? It's coming back to me? There it is. Direct the clergy. We can direct the clergy. So we have 36% of our country is Catholic. 6.1% is Lutheran. 38.6% is Calvinist. So essentially anybody that flipped Lutheran has almost entirely flipped over to Calvinist. But I refuse to change. I refuse to change. We'll take humanist if we need to. Why is my force limit so low? Because my nobles hate me and my burghers are not thrilled with me. We've been doing some reforms, we've been doing some changes, and that has made them a little bit upset with us. Their loyalty should be going back up. I don't know about the burghers, though. How are the burghers? Yeah, their loyalty is also going back up. So with time, they'll be good again. We've done some bureaucracy reforms that made them a little bit upset. I'm trying to remember which one we did. I don't remember. Oh, it was this one. The bureaucratic politicized higher. So now our bureaucrat faction gets more influence. We get a little bit less state corruption, and it's easier for us to stab up. So now I think we're working on getting provincial administration to level 2 and 48 state reach average. So that way I can get this tax farming up to level 2. I don't know how much farther we'll need to go beyond that, but I definitely want this tax increased. But yeah, that's why our force limit is so low. It's because our states are not happy with us. People states were a vassal of Spain. Oh, yes, you're right. The Pope did, in fact, get vassalized by Spain. Which, aren't you supposed to, like, be hated by the rest of the Catholic world if you vassalize the Pope? Like, isn't that supposed to... Isn't that supposed to do something? I don't know. Is this kind of a reverse of the Prussia situation? They were Calvinists, but the majority of the population was Lutheran? Oh, I didn't know that. Did not know that. But the Pope did get Rome back. Naples took it, but I think when your leader dies, you get an event where you need to give Rome back to the Pope, or you get excommunicated, I think. Unless you're Italy. And then you can pay the Pope, and you get to keep Rome. But obviously Naples is not Italy. Though they're working on it. The Ottomans have lost some wars. They're pretty far behind on tech now. But yeah, we're still allied to the AFU. They flipped back to Catholic, though. The cowards. So now they're not thrilled with me because we're a neighboring heretic religion, which is just great. It's fine and dandy. They really took the French Wars of Religion to heart. But whatever. Whatever. But we have this war in Mexico to win, so let's get to it. We could immediately go after check them all as well. What kind of looting do I want to do here? Probably severe looting, right? I guess there is an argument to not go severe looting. So that way my future subject has pops. But money sounds good too. The nobles want more autonomy. And I'm going to say no. Afro-Caribbean population. Since the early times of the colonization of the Caribbeans and the import of African slaves, escapees have gone to the highlands of the islands and joined with refugee indigenous tribes. Maroon communities are now emerging and threatening the stability of our colonies. I don't care. Let me be so totally real with you. I don't care. Oh, also, we do have 3 colonies over here. They were frontiers, since colonial nations get frontiers. But since I took them in the peace deal, they're no longer frontiers. So, it's going to take us a while to get that all colonized. Who is that purple tag? It's a great color. There's 2. There's the Anglo-French Union and there's Scandinavia. And there's also Yaroslavl, I guess. There's lots of purple. Lots of purple. 15,000 troops. It's jungle flats. They are caught up on tech. Okay. But their pips might just not be good enough. We'll just send in these 3 for now. Still repairing our ships. Oh. Thank you for the free war score. Now, how many am I up against? I'm up against 12,000. Don't necessarily need all of my troops on here. Can send some of them back off. So we're not taking too much attrition. It is jungles, so attrition's going to be pretty deadly here. But if we can annex it all, then we will have a colonial nation. Now I should check sorry, not Hispaniola. Dutch Spaniola. Should check Dutch Spaniola's ideas to know what we're getting ourselves into here. So, established Siberian frontiers, less commerce production inefficiency, less discipline, less promoted cultures, but faster culture conversion. More rural production efficiency, national unrest -1, minus 10% stab increase, and 0.2 yearly Republican tradition. Dutch Spaniola took trade, admin, aristocracy, quality, fortification, and scholastic ideas. Oh, man. Do colonies still not accept all cultures? Like, in base game, they have a thing what makes it not matter what the cultures are. It doesn't seem like it's here, though. So it is something we're going to have to be worried about. Also, our next idea is going to be colonial ideas, which I completely forgot. We have embraced the casual literacy institution. So that is fantastic. And Colombian imports is in our capital and is currently spreading to our other province to the south. We do have an edict on to spread. It does cost us about 10 Diplo points a year. It's probably closer to 11 now, but that's okay. I want to get it faster. We also have access to another one of our merchants, and I want to send that to, I guess, here. Won't do much for us right now, but we do have a couple of provinces over here in Indonesia. Unfortunately, they're at the very far end. We also have a province in the Philippines, which I believe the Philippines I need to have a port built on. I've not done that yet. Let's go ahead and build that project out. Which will be fantastic. And then this can also get a port built to level 1. Sweet. Now, as for the infrastructure in the Netherlands itself, our capital could be building something. What's our population looking like here? We're at 42,000 residents. I think another level of harbor would be nice. And just get our harbor up to like a max level. It's going to cost us 400 ducats. We can absolutely get that from this war. And in order to take colonial ideas, I'm kind of jumping around, sorry. In order to get colonial ideas, we need to embrace Colombian imports. Any of what colonial Mexico should be called? No, I'm open to chat suggestions. I have no clue. Expedition. I think we were going into the southeastern America to try and get a colony set up here, and then we're going to go for northeastern America, and then we're going to try and focus back on Asia. Zonland, Sun Country? That's pretty good. We will loot this. Oof, there's a lot of stuff we have to go through. Is there a special building here? Nope. It's just got the Mayan temples. Or the Mayan pyramids. Ooh, that was worth a decent chunk of cash. I like decent chunks of cash, especially when they go into my pockets. Then I can build up that harbor. Also, the states are just stuff that's going to be owned by a colony, so I'm not worried about it. Go here. How to enable expeditions again? What do you mean? Is there a way to disable them? Oh, like in general. Yeah, you need a third idea in the exploration ideas. And then you have to make sure that you have the correct diplotech to go to the place you're trying to get to. Important part of that. Let's go blockade. These guys are not going to have any kind of navy that could possibly do anything to me. Looks like they do have some galleys. I have the colonialism CB against Spain. For what? For where? For how? Who, what, where, why, and when? What is this? How did he get that? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Him taking this is a waste of time. As long as I just build up stronger trade, it's not going to matter. But that is very annoying. Spain, did you not get the message that we're supposed to just create trade cities? Ooh! And we grabbed a province. And that province is near the really good province. Nice. Okay. I want to try a China game, but I don't think they have mission trees. There's not many mission trees at all. As far as I know. You can tell the AI to stay out of Africa. Yeah. Castile, don't you, or Spain, don't you know that your people are just going to die of disease if you do that? Like, they're just going to get rolled. Mission trees don't really matter that much in this mod anyway. True, because the content is not based on mission trees. It's based on the actual mechanics and what you want to do. Like, you could do challenge runs where you try and make a certain amount of food or, you know, create trade or, you know, conquer a certain region. Whatever it is. You don't need the mission tree for that. Which is nice. Is this the Promised Lake Fed run? Yeah. This is a Lake Fed run. For sure. This is it. Don't you see it? 31 princes voted for a religious peace in the Empire. Okay. So does that mean that the League Wars are over now? There's 3, usually. But if you go religious peace, is that it? Is it over? Fill out all of Ukraine's farmland. It'll be hard because you could probably feed all of Europe with it. Yeah, yeah. I've wanted to take that land. The problem is it's very tribal at the start. It's very tribal at the start. So you have to spend a lot of time developing it, but I mean there's crazy farmland potential around here. What's Kyiv like? Kyiv's actually maxed out, but that's not the biggest province. 508. I know there's a decent amount down here on the coast. 304. 542. 747. Crimea is 899. So there's a lot of potential here. And then you have like huge provinces with like 1,000 farmland over here, but the soil's not very good. So you put pastures on them bad boys. And the land be huge. It does. But if you can somehow wrestle that into being useful, whew, you'll have all the food you'll ever need. You can feed the world. Should have one diplomat on improving relations with neighboring countries. Loot. Okay. I mean, I think I want a full annex here. Everyone, right? Like, yeah, it is a lot of aggressive expansion, I suppose. Do I care, though? Like, if I just keep conquering, it's not going to matter. But can a colonial subject handle that kind of conquering, is the question. Greed is good. Well, it's not really about greed. It's about can the subject survive if I do that. I'm sure if I ensure that oh, that's a lot of troops there. Remember, these guys are not that far behind. Ooh, one of the Chinese taxes rivaled us. Yee. Yee. Okay, I'm just saying, every time I see that I have more than 3 enemies, I start asking questions, okay? Why does the world hate me so much? What'd I do? I haven't even messed with China yet. I literally have not done a single thing to them. Not one. Not a single teeny tiny thing. I should also save up my money for embracing that institution. Is this where the fort is? Yes. These guys got better forts than I do. If you want to translate name into funny Dutch syntax, you can help. Well, I like the Sun Country. Zonland for this. No, I don't want to peace out. Call for peace is brutal, though. The Trilingual College. Marino Ermeli, Padawan philosopher and diplomat, has caused a stir in Padova today by announcing the opening of a college there. As humanism spread, so did the study of the classics. Once thought destroyed, many classics were rediscovered in Greek texts, but few scholars could read Greek. To encourage study, Marino Ermeli wrote a Greek dictionary and opened a college that would teach students 3 languages, the sacred languages of Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, the better to study the Bible and the classics in their original forms. This has caused a backlash as church theologians worry that untrained Christians reading the Bible will misunderstand its nuances, and study in foreign tongues will reintroduce long-dead heresies. The controversy has only spurred Marino Ermeli onward, however. Signor of Padua was eventually requested to provide royal funding for a library of humanist texts to support the college. And we have an election. This guy's 39. He's an entrepreneur. He's a 465. I'm going to keep him. Lose 4 Republican tradition. Yeah. Does he get better, though? Okay, so the stats don't get better, but you do get to keep them. Which I think is fine. Investment manager spending money. Okay, how do I get rid of these pop-ups? Zionic, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. These pop-ups have to go. I don't care about Calvinist unrest. I went to the utility sections and I turned off all the Protestant notifications. Should work, but uh-oh. Uh-oh. Law alert is off. Hostile is off. Well, I guess we're stuck with them then. Bad news, we're going to be stuck with them for the rest of the game. The rest of the game. Really want to annex all these guys. What about the change setting buttons? Ooh, true. True, we have to wait for after the year tick. Maybe somehow the change settings button will help us. Year tick moment. Game is not responding. The game is responding. Change settings. No. None of that's gonna do it. It's so Jover. It's so Jover. Tax code, census, map mode, infrastructure, move population. I think we're out of luck. This is just aspects of the clergy. Direct the clergy. I think we're just out of luck. I think we're just going to get the pop-ups forever. The Lutheran faith. Unless we know the event code that makes it to where I can update if I want to see these or not. If we don't have that, I think we're just going to have to deal with it. No, you can half-ass your ticks. Don't load the economy. Yeah, simply don't have the economy, and then won't have year ticks. Oh god, dude, war exhaustion is so brutal. Please, I just want to full annex these guys, and I can't do that if I go to peace. Work with me, game. Work with me. War exhaustion kills pops. My pops back home. Shit. Okay, he's gonna die anyways. Potential coalition. But I doubt that they'll do it. Oh, wow. And now we get a cultural union gain. It's gonna go away, though. Wait, does that mean it's gonna automatically unaccept the accepted cultures? Ooh, it better not. Ooh, it better not. And I can only core up one of these provinces. Policy towards our neighbors. At our borders, there is a nation of natives. What shall we do with them? Conquer, ignore, trade, ally. We conquer them. This is what we do. This is what we shall do. But, unfortunately, only this province is inside our colonial range. Very short. Very unfortunate that we got all the way down here with our expedition, but that's okay. Now we sit, we chill, we wait. We core things up. Once we get 3 provinces cored up, it will form a colonial nation, and then it'll be great. There's no other war that we are desperately in need of doing. Yeah. Oh, are the cities of gold still in this? Can I still get a bunch of money if I go exploring with them? I might want to lend them a hand there. Oh, I'd love to, but I can't. Those events don't exist? Okay. Well, there's another place to put down. Back to Southeastern America, please. But I suppose it is a decent way to go explore the world. Oh, you should go in the port. You don't need to be out there spending my naval material resources. What's my forcement like? Okay, forcement's back up to 29. I'm going to take these 3 troops. I'm going to put that conquistador on them. And we're going to have them go explore North America. Leave some of those forts in your colony. Otherwise, I might be cooked. You are absolutely correct. We'll keep this fort. No, there's not even a fort here. You are absolutely correct. In fact, if I keep it, I'll be cooked. These are all level 2. Those are better forts than we have back home. Mostly because I'm cheap. We'll downgrade these 2 to level 1, but they're not bad. Like, they're not in the worst placement ever. We are paying lots of ducats for being over our colony limit, but we don't really have a choice. Oh, for 1,000 ducats, I can embrace this. Let's take a loan. And bada bing, bada boom. I mean, we could wait to make it cheaper, I guess, but I took the loan, so it's too late. It's too late now. We're going to get 1% rural production efficiency. Boom. We're now maxed out on admin points, but we should have access to colonialism ideas, which we're going to choose because that's like what our whole thing is. So, preliminary expeditions. A ship or two in advance of sending an actual fleet can assess risks, scout the landscape, and chart a decent course, and if need be, establish a beachhead. Greatly increased expedition success chance. Yes. Okay. Wonderful. 10% movement speed on and off ships, 10% naval tradition from protecting trade. So that's more communication efficiency and better expeditions. Colonial Office. A proper commitment to establishing colonies warrants the arrangement of dedicated administrators who oversee and promote the development of sponsored colonies, plus 2 colonists. Ooh, that is good. That is wonderful, because that means that we are no longer over our colony limit. Not that these colonists last or are very fast. Also, I think we need to do a mission. Yes, we do. Discover North America. Unknown frontier for 25 years. Global settler increase plus 10. Settler chance 5%. Keep that up at all times. Drenth probably is a great place for a potato plantation. True. Drenth, great place for everything. 15% settler chance is amazing. 15 global settler increase. Amazing. 20% domestic trade power. 25% merchants from trade centers plus 10% trade range. Minus 10% province war score cost. And 10% trade steering and 0.5 merchant power. And if I take culture ideas, I can reduce culture conversion resistance by 15%. Okay. That was very good. This is very good for us. Expedition lost at sea, but now it'll be fine. Brandenburg wants to join my trade league. Well, well, well. How the mighty have fallen. How the mighty have fallen. Sure. You can join my trade league, I guess. Only because I'm nice, though. Where am I going to have rebels? Oh, shit. What? What? What do you mean? Are they that upset? What are they that upset about? Where's it? Unrest coming from? Banditry and rebellion. Ooh, is that from the war exhaustion? Did I do that? Did I do an oopsie there? Unrest, concerns, and treatment. Rebellion, plus 3.6. Maybe poll taxes too. High rent dues. High charter fees. No poll tax. Can I spend points to get rid of war exhaustion? No. I simply have to wait. I can also take both those Miltechs, and now we're caught up on Miltech. I think I already have the policy for the unrest. Yeah, I do. You know what we can do? We can spend some admin points. We can get +2 tolerance of heretics. It'll help bring down the amount of rebels there are. But we do need to bring our troops back to Europe. Hey Freyo, put your first full ship as a corporate dog? Well, I hope it went well. The stream goes well. Except for these warlords that want to rise up. Unassigned merchants. Again. We just got so many merchants. Merchant after merchant after merchant. I guess we pull here. Yeah. Savoy wants access? Sure. I need to bring my troops back. I mean, I could hope that the AFU deals with my rebels, but they won't, so... we need to bring them back. But I'm only assuming we're also going to have rebels over here, right? What? I guess not? Question mark? Why? There's just no unrest. There's no separatism. Why is there no separatism? Am I missing something? I mean, like, that's fine. I'm not complaining that there's no separatism, but do I not get separatism when I take land in colonial regions? Because that's definitely a little weird, but hey, you know what? Works for me. All right, we've got to get these guys back home. We're going to lose a lot of men on the crossing. I'm going to recruit an explorer because we can definitely do more exploring. But for now, let's just get them back home. Deal with these reactionary warlords. Apparently they don't appreciate the kind of money that I'm bringing in. For whatever reason. My stability drops. But my stability dropped because we're overextended. You know, I didn't lose too many men on that crossing. It could have been worse. It could have been worse. Okay, we've got them down to 31,000. If we can get Hanau to not have the rebels pop up, I think we'll be in business. Let's go ahead and do grain for the commoners to make sure that they're all eating, because that will probably make them happier. Nobles, I will yield concessions to your ancient liberties, okay? Fine. So be it. Try and make sure that everybody stays a little bit more loyal. Now, I should have a stack of 3 ships somewhere. There we are. Let's switch that explorer on over to him. Tell him to go explore the... Let's go North Atlantic. Okay, Renaissance in Naples. That's great. Smugglers are running rampant. Let's not piss off the burgers too much. We should get the opportunity to do another expedition soon. And then we can see how much it's actually increased by the chance. We're back up to 1 stab. And just like that, the reactionary warlords are going away. I guess the peasants were eating enough. Maybe that was the problem. So the modifier for mission for colonizing? Yeah, we just re-upped it. We had to use another mission. But we do. We do. And that's why we're making 34 settlers a year. Huge. I say like I'm being sarcastic, but I think it's fine. I don't think colonization needs to be any faster. I mean, we are still probably going too fast. All right, so I want to go back to Southeastern America. There's an 80% chance that we have a successful expedition now. What do we think? Is it going to work? Knowing my luck, no. It will find a way to fail. It will hit that 5% chance. But it would be kind of funny. Bohemia declares war on Austria. We're going to have a Mega Bohemia game, and it's not even from them being emperor. All your points on 5 fails in a row. I hope not. I hope not. Let's go to the North Pacific Sea. Send them over to the other side of the world. Again, we're really hoping to grab Chawanok here. That would be the best place for our colonial nation to get to. Do we want to re-elect this guy? There's a 445 up for grabs. I think they're fine with a 445. He's not as good, but High Republican tradition means more, what's it called? You know, the thing. The stuff, the thing, the words. The words, man, the words. Nope. It's not coming to me anymore. It's gone. Whatever it was, it's gone. Brain, no work. That is a lot of reading. Arbitrary. +3 national unrest. That's all I needed to read. Let's read the rest of it, though. -0.5 Diplo rep. -20% unjustified demands. -20% cost to fabricate claims and justify trade conflict. 10% liberty desire of subjects. -20% change rival cost. Yeah, this guy sucks. Drill him until he dies. I mean, it could be useful, but for us, it's not. Right, and hey, it is successful. It's right down here further in the south, though. That's all right. Ooh, I need to build a port up here. I don't think I did that. Yeah, the place I'm aiming for is DC. Yeah. It's got that good harbor. That's what I want. Come on, what do we got? What do we got? I should probably clear selected provinces just to make sure. And then build up that harbor by 1 rank, please. It is time to take tech. Admin tech gives us 5% rural goods produced. 0.3 naval morale. And then we'll be... Yeah, next mill tech's big. 0.25 tactics is massive. Absolutely massive. I don't think we need this fort, so I'm going to delete it. These 2 forts will have to do for now. Another one to Southeastern America, please. Now remember, for every colony we have, we need to support them with money. Now currently, Dutch Hispaniola is making $8.25 a month, so we might be able to stop subsidizing Dutch Hispaniola and switch those subsidies over to whatever we're going to call the Southeast. I guess it's going to be colonial Eastern America. If you keep subsidizing him, he can invest in it. I mean, that's true. That's true. Explore the North Pacific coast. Oh, okay. We're going to be able to see Japan now. New Netherlands, of course. Yeah, it has to be New Netherlands. Has to be, has to be, has to be. Though it is weird that we send it to the Southeastern America, but it's in a... It's in the same colonial region as... Like, New York is in the same colonial Eastern America. So maybe that's where we should send our next guy. Yeah, because that just sent it into a different... that just sent it into a different frickin' region. No! So now we don't get our colony there. Damn. Scammed. Scammed. Louisiana. I mean, I'd love to get up the Mississippi as well. Don't get me wrong. Would be great. You vote New Rotterdam as Louisiana? Why not New Drenthe? Why not New Drenthe? Speaking of Drenthe. Has such little development. Such little development. Alright, Drenthe. What industry should we open up here? I say we build up houseware, textile. The Midwest is New Drenthe? Oh, okay. I forgot what these... I guess these give consumer goods. Houseware, it has timber. Do I want timber, though? Wait, you're saying that houseware produces timber or it costs timber? Because if it costs timber, I don't know why I would want that. That sounds bad. Since I don't have a lot of it currently. I'd have to buy it. But I guess I make tariffs if I buy it. But then it's not going to be as profitable, right? Houseware. Oh, I don't know if it's updated. It supplies to consumer 0.1 luxury. It says demanded goods is fuel 0.4 and raw 1.6, but I don't know if that's true. Houseware costs timber and Drenthe makes timber. Oh, you're right. You're so right. Decent qualities of it. The forestry is maxed out. But it will make it more profitable, I guess. Alright, Drenthe. Good luck. You're going to become the greatest city the world has ever seen. And you know what? To help you on your way, let me build you some infrastructure. Rank 1 amenities. What? Oh, I have no urban pops. We can have up to 3,000 urban pops before the death starts happening, right? It's something like that. We are going to not go to Southeastern America again. We are going to go to Northeastern America. Where is Northeastern America? India, Malacca, Asia, China, Cuba, Japan, Atlantic Colombia, Atlantic Mexico, Brazil. Oh, it's just, yeah, there it is. To Eastern America. Are those Southeast? No, it's right here. Southeast is at the top right now. That's Northern Europe. It's just Eastern America. Now I lost it again. Ah, damn it. There it is. Google Sheet did the industry balance down, which has the most current values. Ooh, thank you. Yes, please. Yes, please. Industries. Oh, wow. That is definitely a spreadsheet. For sure. But it does, in fact, have the info that we require. It does, in fact. Thank you for that. Now we can know what requires timber and whatnot. Why won't China just let me get trade posts? Think about all the trade we could do. Think about how profitable it'll be for all of us. For every single one of us. For each and every one of us. You hardly ever lie. That's not true. That's not true. You lie all the time. You lie. We could send a colonist around here somewhere to try and make sure that I can make claims on Majapahit. There's a shit ton of feudatories. The profitability numbers aren't like what you'll find in the game. They only make sense in comparing one industry to another. Ah, gotcha. How many more times complex is MEIOU and taxes compared to vanilla? It's more complicated. A lot more complicated. But again, most of it can happen in the background. So it's not like the end of the world. Shimazu is uniting the southern island. I gotta get up there. I gotta get a hold of that Japan trade. Do I want to send a colonist out here, or do I just want to focus on colonizing over here? Like, I could send a colonist to grab DC. Don't know if I can yet send a colonist to grab this province. I can. Let's see where our expedition ends up. We'll see where our expedition goes, and then we'll figure it out. Because as long as the 80% expedition succeeds, then we should get a new colonial nation. But it could go right to where I want it to be at. Australia's New Holland? Sure. If we get there. Australia is like a late game one. Really? Okay. We got maps, I guess. Our second 80% chance failed. Huge. How long until I convert to Calvinism? I don't know. Probably never, because Lutheranism is just so much better. It's just so much better. 0.25 yearly Republican tradition is not something I think I would ever turn away from. Ever. Right, I'm just gonna start colonizing this. It's gonna take a while, but I want to get it done. I wonder if we went Calvinist in the real timeline. I don't know what's giving me that idea, but yeah, our people really loving the whole Calvinist thing. There's core all of Mexico. That's the attempt. I have the admin points. I'm not going to use them. Our next idea group is at Tech 38. So we have a while. So if I can help this colony be more secure when it's done, then that'll be great. Hello? Oh. Oh, no. Ooh, Bohemia. I know that I sacked your capital a while ago. Can we forget about that? Can we just let bygones be bygones? You know? I got my revenge. You got your revenge. We call it good. Bohemia is scary. Legitimately getting scary with that Prussia personal union. Been like 100 years. Yeah, it was so long ago. Oh, and we got another one of those, and the Netherlands. That's funny. That's funny. Okay, what do we want? What was the exact spelling of this one for New Netherlands? Ooh, gross. N-E-U-W? Nederland. New Nederland. Crown colony, sure. Alright, and look at that. Boom. Immediately. Bam, 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 bam. They start expanding. With those frontiers. In every direction. You'd love to see it. Weird that they don't do it up here, though. Oh, it's connected to your capital. That's why. Has to be connected to your capital. That is why. But that's why I want to get these done earlier, right? And then go into Asia, because the sooner that we get these settled, the sooner they start expanding. Oh, I also need to invest in them. 400 years. Let's give you about 4 ducats a month. And we will start transferring the trade out of here. Actually, first E in Netherland is E, long E. Second E is short. So Nederland? Like that? Nederland. What region is Texas in? Gulf of Mexico? Let's go to the Gulf of Mexico. And try and get another colony set up here. I don't know how we're going to keep all these guys loyal, by the way. I mean, 10% of it is from us being arbitrary. But we're going to have to not go any further on centralization. We're going to have to stay decentralized. Sure. You explore here. Influence? Yeah, we'll probably need to take influence. But isn't there another colonial one? Global domain at Diplotech 40. That sounds like something we take at Petition of Right at 42. I would only assume that would help us with colonizing somehow, since it requires exploration or expansion. Is it going to be diplomacy time? Am I going to have to give in to the diplomacy idea lovers? I do want to take a military group that's going to make our troops better at some point. I think it boosts exotic consumption as well. Wait, what boosts exotic consumption? Influence ideas? Or global domain? Global domain. Oh, okay. 624 or a 434? Go for a 434. 434 sounds fine. We could consider doing some reforms right now. We're kind of just chilling out. I want that national unrest guy. Do all to level 2. We'll get rid of this eventually. Yeah, I think this is the extent of the centralization we can do. Oh, settle in America? Conquistador with 80 tradition. And then it unlocks another unknown frontier. We can hold on to this until we need a better general. We don't need him right now. So. That's fine. Are there any ports built up around here? No, there are not. And I have no idea where my subject's going to build a port at. So for now, let's just... Why? Oh, there's not enough development, I think. Damn. Wouldn't your 624 be a 634? Or would it be a 534? Our current stats that we're actually getting are a 444. Which gives a power void a little bit. So a little bit more corruption, but it gives us more monarch points. Not the end of the world. Are the noble loyalties still going up? It is still going up, it's just taking a while. The burghers, if I promote and support commerce, I make 30% less trade efficiency, and that's where all of my money is coming from. But it would give us more commerce production in all provinces. Yeah, do it. Make them happy. And I want to do a reform here of some kind. Promoting noble faction is also free if you don't want to reform anyway. It's the court faction influence will reset. That is a good point. It's a good point. That is a free 10 loyalty. I would love to... I think empowered autonomy is the next thing that I would want to hit. Familial appointments for 0.2 year Republican tradition. It's so tempting to keep around, but 0.5 state corruption is a lot. It's a lot. I could also get rid of these monopolies as well. But I think the first thing I'm going to do is expand bureaucracy. I wanted to get rid of empowered autonomy. For rural autonomy, what do I need to do? Noble gravity is the resting point of their power. I see. Well, we do make some money from timber. I do lose 35 noble loyalty. The amount of nobles doesn't really matter for how powerful they are, just how wealthy they are, which usually coincides a bit. Gotcha. Thing is, we don't have much forestry, so I don't really know if this is all that terrible compared to, say, autonomy from noble power. If we look at our autonomy map mode, I mean, it could still look at Drenth. Everybody hates Drenth, but look at that autonomy. Okay, sure, it's because there's nobody there. There's no value there, but we have the lowest autonomy in our country in Drenth. Drenth on the up and up. We can see how much they have if we look at their income. Game dues, they get 78. Forestry dues, they get 30. Okay, they actually make a decent amount of money. They actually make a decent amount of money from that. So if we hit them in the game, that's going to reduce their income by 78 ducats. Gain for all those colonies you got? Maybe I'm misunderstanding something about the monopolies. Does that also include the trade money that we're making, or from the game in those colonies? Like, is it when we trade in the goods from game, or is it just specifically because there is game open in our colonies? And it's making, you know, ivory or whatever. Also, Kenadugu is getting big. And I wouldn't actually hate to ally them. The trade posts in those colonies have game which they take money from. Gotcha. Then let's get rid of that. Revoke that game. They don't need it anymore. No gaming allowed. No gaming allowed for the nobles. And we're back up to having a shit ton of reactionary warlords. Is that because I just pissed off the nobles? No, because they're at 50%. I don't understand. What are they mad about? Ooh. Drenth's currently most populated settlement is not a city. Well, that's okay. You know what? Drenth gets there. They win these. How big are the Dutch cities pop-wise? We can look. I mean, they're not going to be massive, but they're going to be decently sized at least. Is Calvin going to give up yet? I'll give you a secret. Calvin is not going to give up for the rest of the game. At least I don't think so. There's also more trading posts that we can place down, which would not be a bad idea. In fact, we should do that because it's a lot of potential trade power that we can put out there. Oh, but our next idea group might be another admin group, to be honest with you. I think it's between economic and like standing army for the next idea group. I'm not sure which one I want to go for, though. Is this a lazy colonist? It is a lazy colonist. You are correct. You are 110% correct about the lazy colonist. I could start trying to connect up with my subject here. I think that's what I'll do. Oh, actually, recall that. Oh, is Bermuda Wasteland? Nope, it's not. Let's grab Bermuda. Diplo or Riot? We might have to. Bermuda stays yours? Great. Wait. Maybe not so great then. Do we want to do an expedition to Bermuda? No, I'd rather grab it. Back to the Gulf of Mexico for one more province. We're going to have to fight these reactionary warlords. I don't know. I don't understand why they're here, though. Expanded noble powers. I can only assume it's because my nobles are pissed at me. Unrest and concerns. Rebellion 1.6. Hierarchy minus 0.33. Is that what's causing the unrest? Is the lower hierarchy? Naval or riot? We already have naval. States, okay. Bohemian inherits a throne. How do your colonies grow pops when lowlands doesn't have lots of pops? Well, when a mommy and daddy really love each other, they start going at it. Plus, people can just immigrate over there. Calvinists, okay. We are still building a harbor in our capital. I think, yeah, we need to get Antwerp ready to be a real boy. So let's get Antwerp up another level to level 2. Amenities? Where, in our capital? I guess it couldn't hurt to get there. But can't I only build one amenities at a time? Or one thing at a time? Oh, in Antwerp. Oh, yeah, you're correct. Well, I already started the harbor, unfortunately. So we'll have to wait. I always forget about them, their amenities. What? Oh. Do nothing. Gulf? 5% chance, by the way. 5% chance to be lost to sea. Scammed. Rigged. Rigged. You can build a total of 10 units of the same thing, which could be several orders of smaller things. Oh, 10 units at the same time. So you can build more than one type of infrastructure. It will just take longer to get them both done. But if you're only building, 10 units of one thing and 50 units of another, then the thing with 10 will get done first. Because that's math. That's how math works. So build infrastructure, design the project for amenities. It'll only take 3 units, so get to it. We'll see how it goes. Let's go ahead and put a trade post there. You already have a trade post. Next 3 Madura. This seems to be where we have the most current trade power. This has the most potential for trade power. It also does not have a harbor. But it has the most potential. So let's put the trade post in this province and build the harborage up to rank 1. And then in this node, we currently only have 43% control. But where... I know where it's good right now. But long term, where is the best spot that I own? That's what I care about. I don't think we have a single good spot. No, I don't want that province. I want this province. This is minor. This is just minor. So this looks like it's long-term going to be the best spot for our trade. So, again, build up a harbor and place a trading post. Congo, we only have one spot. Makes my life easy. Bada bing, bada boom. We have 69% control of the trade here. Just kidding. We had 2 spots. I think I threw. This spot is safer, though. It's at least safer. We know that we want the Cape. We want the Cape, but we have to get lucky enough to grab it. This is the Zonj node. I don't really want to put my trading post here. I'd rather go and grab stuff from over here. Same thing there. I don't know if it's worth it to think like that, or if I just put the trade power down to get it, but I cannot use colonists on the Cape. No. Has to be through an expedition. I will rival Korea and China. How does my ally feel about me? At 122. It looks like they're going to stay Catholic, like cowards. Maybe I should not have converted Denmark, and then I should have converted back to Catholic. No. Not as good as this. And look, now we get to talk about how Calvinists are doing things all the time now. Places with ports and trade post modifiers will be targeted for expeditions before ones without ports. So what you're saying is I should stop going for this colony, and I should absolutely go for South Africa before Spain does. Because there's only 3 more provinces in South Africa that have natural locations. One of which is the one that I desperately want. So you're saying I should lock in. Well, the Angevin and Scandinavia formed? Yes. Well, we made Scandinavia form. They're our personal union. And there is another colonial nation. What do we want to name this? It was New Rotterdam? Spain should be a Dutch colony? True. Rightful Dutch colony when you think about it. So I gotta spell New Rotterdam? It's Mexico? You're so right. You're so right. Good catch, good catch, good catch. Was it Zonland? Zonland? Was that how I spell it? New Zealand. Ooh, yes. The fantasy colony of New Zealand. Spain was historically a Dutch PU. Well, I can't get PUs. We're a republic. Alright, now he starts off with all of this cord. And we should get another colony after this year tick, right? Because we now have 3 provinces in the other colonial area, right? Surely? Surely? What? Oh, we are trying to hit something very difficult. I didn't... Oh, man. I didn't realize how thin this was. Maybe I should send a colonist here. That might be the best way to actually get this colony. Because otherwise, there's a lot more... There's a lot more of, like, Mexico area to get the expedition into. Louisiana is tiny at the bottom. Oh, really? Okay. But do I go for South Africa first is the question. Do I go for South Africa first? Request share maps. I don't know why my subject knows more about maps than I do. That doesn't make any sense, but okay. They got a map guy. Cape is the most important and historical option. I mean, that's true. That's true. Oh, I have another merchant. Well, eventually I'll put it into the rest of these Mexican trade nodes. But for now, I guess we put it in... Well, I'd like to start pulling out of India. Just because there's some kind of value, but I do own 42% control of the trade in the Malaccas node, so I guess that's what we do first. You said there was a Louisiana specifically? Arabia, Iberia, France, Gulf of Mexico, Malacca, Indonesia, Philippines, Korea, Japan, Cuba, Caribbean, Northern Brazil, Pacific Mexico, Peru, Pacific, Central America, Chile, Southern Cone. I'm not seeing Louisiana. Might be missing it. Might be misunderstanding. But we're going to South Africa, I think. Where is it? Where's South Africa? It's in this list somewhere, and I'm just missing it. Central South Africa. There it is. All right, now we hope that it gives us the Cape. Oh, colonists are the best way to get Louisiana. Gotcha. My bad. I misunderstood. Well, this colony should almost be done. And then we'll get there. Or we just keep shooting and hope that we get lucky and that we get one province. And yeah, that's just states that we don't need. Where is this colonial nation's capital? In MEIOU. I guess that makes sense. It is the highest development. Death of a merchant, 5 prestige. I'll take 25 ducats. Thank you. We have to wait for these reactionary warlords to go away. Don't really want to give them a tax break, but so be it. Angry mob, okay. Aachen has insulted me. Exploration to South Africa gets maps and goods. Alright, fair enough, I guess. The Sunland is going to have some unrest. I wonder if there's separatism here now. Time to beat up Portugal? For what? For the Caribbean stuff? I mean, maybe. Is there separatism here now? Nope. It's a non-accepted culture. 8% I feel like 8%. I mean, numbers are numbers. Portugal is guaranteed by that African nation, which I don't really want to make them mad. Because we do a lot of trade with them. But I did get another merchant. Well, this is an end node, right? Yeah. This is not. If we can get in here, start transferring trade. At least help out. Maybe we'll make some more money. I'm almost ready to provoke these guys. I need my stability to go up to 100. So that way I can get to 1. Thank you. Now there's only 16,000 of them. That will become 24. No, you're not allowed to be scared. You're not allowed to be scared. Get in there. In there and kick some ass. Put these warlords where they belong. In the ground. There we go. Could build up to 30,000 troops, but I can't transport them anyways. Back to Mexico. Not that I like transporting them around like this. A 644. Yes, please. Yes, please. 644 sounds great. Get that tech cost. Get that commerce production inefficiency reduction. Land force limit. It's fine. Unfortunately, I can't upgrade the Diplo guy. Can I get rid of... Ooh. Pacifist. -1 interest per annum. Plus 1.5 Diplo rep. 10% liberty desire reduction. And -5% commerce reduction inefficiency. Pretty dang good. But yes, it is time to annex more of Mexico, I think. Please succeed in South Africa. In Kapstad. Nice. Beautiful. So we got the Cape. That's what we wanted. Elect for life? Why? I mean, I guess he is good. We could switch over to election until death. How old was he, though? Now to turn Cape Town to a real city. That is the plan. Harbors first. Select here. Put that trading post down. And immediately... build up to a rank 1 harbor. Then we'll probably go to rank 1 amenities. Yep, it'll be harbor into amenities. The fact there aren't a lot of Dutch people is kind of an issue for mass colonization. I mean, kind of. But at the same time, for me, it's more important to get access to the trade rather than produce the goods. Right, that's the key difference. If I wanted to, you know, take all of Madagascar and turn it into vast farmlands, I would need a lot of people, and I would need them to not immediately go to Europe. Kind of difficult, though. I have a 100 Republican tradition. I do have a 100 Republican tradition. He does have a good trait. He's 40 years old. He's a 644. The power void is 7.7. We actually have a 544. But if I change it, is it going to immediately do an election? Guess there's only one way to find out. Nope. I don't know if we should be able to switch these this freely, but this guy will now rule for life. And we're sitting at 100 Republican tradition. This expedition I want to send to... Not desired behavior? Yeah. I think we're going to switch back. I already feel kind of scummy for switching it. But I want to switch back in 1552. 4 years. Remind me in 4 years to switch this back to 4 years. I'd rather have more elections. Next expedition, I mean, we could keep going to South Africa to try to fill it in. Spain's in Panama. They're going to build the canal. No, we'll take this before the canal. Spain's conquering farther into Africa. Let's see. Go to Japan. True. True. We could try to break into the Japanese market. Let's do that. It'll probably get us up in Ainu. But better now than later, right? Colonial migration. To our shock, many colonists have decided that New Amsterdam is an unsuitable location for a colony and have begun migrating to our settlement in Kamagui instead. Little we can do to stop them now, as Dutch villages and towns have already begun appearing all over the hinterlands. You're telling me they wanted to move to a nice tropics instead of up here in hell itself? Alright, fair enough. I can't really argue with them on that one. I'll be real. And what's the colonist here? Question is, do I want North America trade or Asian trade? Yes. I want all of it. I want all the trade. There's no trade that I do not want. Concessions to ancient liberties. Try and get that noble loyalty. You asked reform when? Like full reform? We need more state reach. I also need provincial administration formal structure 2. Provincial administration formal structure 2. I don't actually know what that one's called. Provincial administration. This one. To get to level 2, we need 25 state reach average, 50 average autonomy or lower, or 50 state reach average and 65 average autonomy or lower. Our current average autonomy is 70.23%. But it's saying that we actually meet the requirements here. Is 53? What's 53? I need to look at the estate one. What estate one? Because it's non-overseas? Oh, wait. How do I look at... to this? Where do I see average non-overseas autonomy? The autonomy symbol right of the bureaucracy section. The autonomy symbol. The autonomy symbol right of the bureaucracy. Here. 53. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, well then we're almost there. If we can hit another noble reform, that would get us there. Probably, honestly, this autonomy from noble power would drop it. Elites are increasing by 0.32. The burghers have a lot of power out here, but I mean, it would help. The noble loyalty will get you there. All right, we will befriend the nobles for a while. I don't want to give them anything that gives them power. I can promote their faction, though. I could align the cabinet with the aristocrats. That gives them a bunch of power, though. So, maybe not. Maybe not. The levy. Well, rip to 5 of that noble loyalty. Rippy dippy. Didn't want it anyways. Alright, let's kill these guys. Declare war. They are Tech 34. I am Tech 35. Capture a cab. Co-belligerize everybody. Let's get to work. Am I at war with this guy yet? No. Looting? I'm down for severe looting. I don't really care. Mostly because I need to work on getting more of these ports upgraded. But one thing I also want to do is check our roads. Because I still think we have places that don't have roads. What was it? Political, pathing rank. All my own provinces are fine. Linear. Okay. Yeah, we still don't have any roads in here. And we only have level 1 roads out into this area here. So, do I want to build a bunch of level 1 roads? I think so. Getting up to a level 2 road in Drenthe would be really nice anyways. How much would it be to get level 1 roads everywhere? Right here. Well, if I wanted to increase the harborage, we could do that. Pathing is actually cheaper. 500 ducats. Clear the selected provinces. And then we've got these two. Can I get away with that? Just barely. 10 ducats short. We don't have it in this province, but that's okay. Nice. So now everywhere in the lowlands will at least have a road of some kind. Which is wonderful. Do we break into Japan? No. It gets lost at sea. What is new? What is new? The Gonfalonier's initial 2-month term in office was expanded upon the fall of Savonarola in 1498 to life, much like that of the Venetian Doge, Republic of Florence. Oh. I guess there is historical preference, or historical precedent. But is that why we changed it, or did we change it because he's good? I think we all know the answer. I changed it because he's good. Let's grab this. We will, of course, full annex everybody in this war. Another expedition to Japan, please. Eventually, you have to let me in. Come on, Japan. It's time to open up. Think about the benefits it will bring you. Think about the trade. Ignore all the downsides. What ideas do colonial nations get? So I think they all have the same ones. They can establish Siberian frontiers, which is really good. They have better commerce production and efficiency reductions, which is great. Less discipline, more rural production efficiency, -1 national unrest, culture convert faster, and some yearly Republican tradition. They're really good at spreading out, and that's kind of it. But honestly, that's what I need them for. Do they actually convert cultures? It takes time. You can't manually do it. Will they do it? No. No, they will not. Because of the game settings. Do they take the same idea groups? No. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I probably shouldn't siege down the cab all the way yet. That way I don't get a call for peace. Expedition to Japan lost at sea. What's going on here? That's 2 5% in a row. This is not the first time this has happened. I remember the same thing happened to me when I was Milan. Is Japan just harder to land in than it tells you? This is the Japan expedition. Japan expedition gives vision. What does that mean? Can I not land here? I'm gonna try again. It failing because of too much resistance gives the same message. So, it's trying to actually take land in Japan instead of going to an empty province. Well, we can try it again. but you've never seen an expedition take Ainu. Oh. Maybe we can't then. It's tech time. Boom, boom, boom. Nice. Great. Fantastic. What's up here? This does not seem to have an expedition area. So I guess we cannot send an expedition up here. Does Ainu have natural harbor stuff? It's owned. And Japan is not that much further behind on tech. Some of them we've got 5 on. What, Taiwan? If I take Taiwan, I'm going to have to fight China. And I don't think I'm going to be doing that anytime soon. We'll do one more to Japan. Taiwan is historically Dutch. Yeah, that's great. There are a lot of Chinese soldiers. And boats. But their boats probably aren't that good. Great. None. They have 0 heavies. They do have 55 galleys, though. And this is an inland sea. So... yeah, just keep 40 heavies in Taiwan. Yeah, I mean, like, that could do it, but that's expensive, right? Like 0.5 ducats a month. But, on the other hand, breaking into this trade node is pretty damn valuable. The plan is to trap all 400,000 on Taiwan. That would be pretty funny. That would be pretty... trap them all and then just loot China? That would be pretty funny. The price trade with China... I guess that's true. Can I get that trade back, though, right now? Yeah, I mean, if I get to a gold here, I can send it down into the Malaccas node. I don't own anything in the Sunda Strait node yet. Or Malacca. Oh, it's coastal. Right, it's coastal. I can just send it back to my capital. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. 15 ducats of maintenance. Surely it'll be worth it. Surely it'll be worth it. Surely. Surely. Maybe start off with getting the Spice Islands. I know, but we're conquering in Mexico. I'm busy. I need more troops. I need more troops. Maybe I should not focus so hard on the New World. Maybe I should just commit to going to Asia now. How much war exhaustion am I getting from attrition? 0.1. Send you guys off as well. Blockade to get done faster. That's the second levy event we've gotten in like 2 years. Feels bad. Investment manager. Average autonomy is down to 50 now. So we do have the ability to do the provincial administration to level 2. Okay, it's probably like 50.1 or something. A little bit of bureaucratic influence would get us there. Okay, we're going to stop going to Japan. If only there was a way to take over Mexico in a single war. Well, the problem with that is that then my subject would have to coronal. Shift of the economic center of gravity of the Low Countries. As trade with newly founded colonies develop, merchants start to favor the port of Antwerp, located at the mouth of the Scheldt. With fewer ships coming upriver to Ghent, the city is slowly declining despite the presence of its cloth factories. Antwerpen is well placed at the mouth of the Scheldt and protected from sea attacks by the islands of Zeeland. But we need to secure Zeeland, lest our enemies get a means to blockade Antwerp. Alright. So now Antwerp has the potential to be fantastic if we build it up. Currently still building that harbor up, but we do have level 1 on the old residence, but I need level 2. So let's immediately start doing that. Improve the amenities by 1 rank. Thank you. 8 units per year. Construct that. And then in our capital, we have gotten up to a level 5 port. I don't know if it's time to build a capital building. I don't know if it's fully useful for us. Like, it will give us more communication efficiency with our trade posts, I suppose, but I don't know if we need that. We can always get better trade efficiency here, but I think it'd be worth more to build roads than to build a capital. I will need it eventually for meritocracy. You bring up a good point. Plus, it will require some knowledge maintenance, which will help make our knowledge more profitable, so that way it'll be invested in more. How much would it be to build at? $751. Alright. We'll save up for it. I can do that. Okay, this guy's dying. So we can piece him out. This guy still only has 2,000 troops. Why? Why must you fall off like this? Why? Where are your 500,000 troops that I need? Not that you'd ever be loyal. Oh, I can also stop paying Scandinavia money for nothing. Do not need to enable those loyalists. I can peace out. Takes forever for our diplomat to get back. Expedition. Let's send this expedition somewhere else. Let's go. We could go to Brazil. These guys are just... Well... Majapahit is actually at Tech 31. We're at Tech 36. We might be able to get them. Region... Indonesia? Okay, well, Indonesia's gonna go all the way up, is it not? Or all the way down? Yeah. It also includes all the way over into here. Which I don't want. South India? No. VJ's gonna be too caught up on tech. Same thing with these guys. I'd love to, though. Now let's go Indonesia again. There's the uncolonized land. Oh, of South India. You're correct. Ooh. We agreed? We agreed for Southern India? Maybe to get claims? Maybe to go to war? I don't know. Maybe we just focus on getting control of North America and we let Spain have South America. A gentleman's agreement. Here, 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 and here. Oh, I don't have that occupied. They own an actual island. I didn't even know there was an island there. I'll be so totally agree with you. What level is this for? In case just one. Damn! That's a city! 23 urban development? What in the world? Level 3 port? Level 3 amenities? Why? How? What? Okay. That'd be a great thing to grab for our subject. Yeah, I'll loot that. Damn right I will. Build that infrastructure. Now we take it all. The only thing is, all these guys are going to be in coalitions forever. Guess it doesn't matter too much. Please pick them up so it's faster. Okay. Did we get anything in southern India? We did. We grabbed Eloy's. That's... Thank you. Thank you for giving me that. I appreciate it. He's allied to Orissa. 27,000 troops in Travancore. Madurai still exists? It is very south of India. That's true. It is definitely south of India. I don't know how crazy I want to go into India. I feel like that would be a fun goal for like an England campaign. Where we can... Our goal is to like take all of India starting as England. Be probably pretty tough. They got a lot of dudes around here. A lot of dudes. Can I put my merchant in now? Merchant in where? Into the Konkan node? I mean, I could. Easiest way in is East or West India. They're usually weaker. Yeah, that's definitely true. But South India is valuable. That's the problem. South India is the good part. I guess I can make claims, but I don't have the colonial range to grab it. Are there any vassal targets? No. Oh, to like declare war and then vassalize? Maybe, but... Bangladesh or something else? It's Little China. Netherlands, in fact, owns Sri Lanka. Yeah, I'd love to, but, you know. Madurai's got a lot of dudes. And he's allied with Orissa, who has a decent amount of dudes. And Mewar, who has a decent amount of dudes. And whoever that is, with a decent amount of dudes. Where do I want to go now? I should probably just start trying to hit places that are empty, but I still want to fill out. I don't know if we're a high enough tech level yet to start stealing provinces. No, not again. Not again. Please, bro. Not another China that reaches across the steppes and into, like, North Africa. No, 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 no. It's so annoying to deal with. Like, how do I even approach that? Is there anywhere in here I haven't gone? I guess I haven't gone to Malacca. Sure, send one to Malacca. Let's see what happens. We'll see what happens. The Calvinists are apparently entrenched. Unfortunately, Spain did grab Panama, though. But what do we think? Should we just let Spain have South America? Then we just try and focus on securing North America, and then we go to Asia and we start bringing in that trade money. Tag switch, F them up. I may tag switch and force them to release tags if they do go crazy again. I don't want to deal with a China that's conquering all of Asia. Is Calvin and Hobbes gonna be pissed unless we convert? No, they'll be fine. We have 1 tolerance of heretics. Our autonomy is at 49%, so we are good to pass this if we get 20 bureaucratic influence, which we should be able to do. Oh, we need to change our guy out. Okay, I regret my decision. Well, I guess I could just re-elect him. Yeah, I'll just re-elect him. Still costs us the Republican tradition. At least it's not unified and sit on 1 million ducats forever, draining the world economy of wealth. Yeah, true. But he's not far from it. Especially if he starts doing this. Oh, we were successful. Ah, we took this province. Okay. Well, I don't think this is where I want my future main trade city to go. Putting a port in there right now isn't bad. The hell's with Green Chinas now? They really just wanna go west. They heard of this thing called Manifest Destiny and they're like, yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea, and they just keep going. Singapore when? When we get there. I can't just walk in and take all this land. They'll push me out. Design, improve, Harbridge, rank 1. I apparently have multiple things connected. The infrastructure. There we go. I think I saw my capital. I'd love to go after these guys. Don't get me wrong. I would. Obviously, the place that I want to go the most is Malacca. Who right now is kind of free. Question, though, before I do anything stupid. Is it within my colonial reach? No. No, it's not. But our colonial reach is larger as of this Diplotech. Where is the farthest that I can get away with going around here? Effective distance of 69. Effective distance of 106. Colonial range of 100. Okay, but I can take Timasek. Timasek? But I wouldn't be able to full annex Malacca. But if I can grab one of these islands in here, I think we'll be close enough. I don't know. This is pretty close. But either way, I should build a spy network. And make a claim. And we should get ready for the hell that is conquering all that land. So let's build... We'll do the 30 heavies. Give me an additional 20 light ships. Just to make sure we can move everything around. No, cancel that. 30 heavies, 10 more light ships. Raising an army in SA would probably be easier than moving them. But I only have 2 provinces. Maybe 3, maybe 4. 50 days. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I need the ships anyways. And I'll need the transports anyways as well. Like, I will need them, so. We'll at least build them first. Huh. I kind of forgot how expensive heavies are. Jesus. Okay, well, we have our one navy. I guess we're just going to use that one. Let's send... Was it Indonesia? These islands down here? I would assume so. Yep. Alright. To Indonesia you go. Missed it. There it is. Be a job creator. True. I must be an innovator. I need to create jobs. Spend 12 ducats in subsidies right now. The income of Dutch Spaniola is at 6.51. Zonland's at 3. And New Nederland is at about 3 as well. So they are still needing my help for sure. For sure, for sure. But I think we're good to move our troops away from here. They don't have any rebels. And apparently I have 10,000 reactionary warlords. So let's just move them back home. I think we're done in Mexico for now. I guess. Beat up Portugal in the meantime while saving up. They're still guaranteed by Kenadugu. And the last thing I want is Kenadugu to go and sack my little trading cities. So Portugal gets to live. Sorry. Sorry to disappoint. What in God's name are you doing? That cannot possibly be faster. Oh wait, can I make it to Norway now? Nope. Can I threaten war? For what? I don't actually want any of Portugal's land. Except, I guess, the colonial stuff. But that won't work for threatened war. Pretty sure those ships took the long way around. Did Portugal lose a province to Spain? Yes, they did. They might have sold it to Spain. I'm not sure. Stop. Okay. Occupied by the Netherlands, occupied by Portugal, stopped being a core of Portugal, was liberated from enemy occupation, was annexed by Spain, became a core of Spain, abandoned their old faith and became Catholic. Yep, they sold it. And there goes my money I needed to build the ships. And let us suppress the rebels a little bit here. Where's this province? Oh, it's this one. Come on, you don't need to be raising rebels on this province. That's unnecessary. And oh my goodness, dude, it's not that I don't appreciate getting these provinces. I do. I don't want those ones. I want a different one. Please. Please, I want a different one. I want something that's going to help me conquer Malaccas and whatnot. I guess I could go after Tondo and Bhutan? Ternate, sorry. Tidor and Ternate. I'm thinking of different people. Metropolitans are in charge now. Maybe we can get the bureaucrats to be good. Yeah, let's promote the bureaucratic faction. And we can go into reform the administration because this is faster. And this is sovereign court. We want provincial administration level 2. The Malaccas and those islands have quite a few pops to work the plantations for you. Just those islands can satisfy most of your homeland's demand. Oh, okay. This is going to make our administration cost more expensive. It's going to lower our elite loyalty. Ooh. Ooh. Or we can get those nobles up to level 4. I don't want it. Yep. Why? Because it increases that noble power from wealth? We can also upgrade their military one. Enables enlistment via the bureaucracy. No, I need to get these taxes up. Formalize it. Do it. What do we have here? 160 farmlands potential. Peasant Freedom 4? It's too late. I clicked the button. Oh, I could do it. It'd piss off the nobles to all hell. My force limit would drop a bit. My stability would probably go negative. But it would be pretty good. Fuck the nobles. Fuck the stab. Alright, you know what? Fair enough. The people demand reforms. A great success. And now, we have to convince the people to not die. Or rebel. Preferably, we don't have either of those happen. There, and then I will also start transferring power here. The people who's one guy in chat. Well, you know. The one guy. The one guy. The representative chat for that moment. I can build those ships. This is knowledge sharing. I can help the AFU get casual literacy faster. They're going to get it quickly anyways, since they have it in their capital, so I will accept, and I will get the money. That'll do. Let's build an additional 10 heavies. The ships must be built. We must prepare to take all the trade from China. And in order to do that, we need the boats. And pray that they don't somehow get to just walk across the world and occupy the Netherlands. Because if that happens, well, it's kind of over for us. It will be pretty much Jover. The Congo wants an alliance. I mean, it's not a terrible alliance, but their tech is pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's not Jover, it's only just begun. So true. So true. What a good way to look at it. What a wonderful way to look at it. Bum, 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 bum. I don't think we need to be auto-converting anymore. Don't know if there's a particular reason to do so. I guess it would help our religious unity, which is currently only at 50%, which really does not help our stability. I think we're going to need to take humanist ideas, guys. Where are my... Okay, there. I think we're going to take humanist. What if leaders in elections had faction alignments? It would make republics more complicated than just better than monarchies. It would still make them just better than monarchies, though. Even if they had that, it would still make them just better. If I get to choose between having a 6-4-3 and being stuck with a 1-2-3 ruler, I'm always going to go with the 6-4-3, whatever I said. Like, every time. So I would always make the decision to have the better guy, even if it does boost the aristocrats. I think it's almost time to move our army nowhere. Our army's not going any fucking place. Because we're going to have a bunch of rebels, apparently. We really got to not piss off our nobles like that. Oof. Oof, that's alright. We can just sit here and do expeditions for a while, though. Nice. And we got to Nias. Which means, hopefully, now we have the colonial range to reach to Malacca's capital. Though they own more land than I thought. Doesn't particularly matter, though, if I have boats. 643 tribesmen? I mean, that's fine with me right now. What are the tribes going to do? Nothing. They have no power. They have no power here. Is it in my Diplo range? Colonial range? No. It's not. It is not. Apparently, Nias is farther away than that is. But just keep going to Indonesia. Just keep sending it in. This is where we want to make our money. This is where we're going to have to build up some stuff. And I don't need to build a spy network on him anymore. I think Sunda is going to be the easiest place to break into this part, though I don't think I have colonial range to there either. I do. I do to a lot of it. Okay. Technically speaking, Majapahit? Do feudatories not join wars? They join via a call to arms. Are you disloyal? No, you could join. But if you're stuck on an island, it doesn't really matter if you join or not. So maybe we just go straight after Majapahit. There is the largest city on the continent down here, since I want to take the whole island. Though, important question, do we want to take the whole island for ourselves, or do we want to create a subject over here of some kind? I'm leaning towards taking it myself. Just because I'm not sure if making it into a client state is going to be as effective as me owning it. The only downside is when we take all this land, it's going to empower the estates. 466. Yes, please. Yes, please. Also, get rid of that. Guess that means I can convert things again. I don't want to, though. Monthly autonomy change and unrest sounds great. Cheaper diplo tech cost, improve relations, or more national unrest. Let's stack that national unrest. And I guess we get this guy. Up to level 2. Complain about the point where the little islands of Moluccas are historically where Dutch colonialism in the area started. Man, he's cruel. That gets +2 national unrest. Which means the 2 guys I just hired offset, and now Scandinavia is disloyal? Hello? Oh, my enforcement also dropped. They're still not thrilled about how I enforce religion on them. And apparently they have a claim. Oh, they have claims on my island. Well, maybe we should just colonize the Moluccas a whole bunch. But I know that the money to be made is to take the land that's already owned, because that's where all the pops are. It's to take like this and this. And then just go absolutely crazy. I guess I'm making claims on Malacca, but do I even want this? I don't know if I do. I should probably just take this island here and this island here, and that's it. Wow, he has a lot of cores. Like, if I own things on the mainland, I have to defend it with troops. If it's on a boat or on an island, I can defend it with a boat. Why? Why are you allowed to ally with other powers in China? Calvinist unrest, that's fine. I guess we're chilling. Not really much else I can do, unfortunately. Hoya wants to join my trade league. Sure, bud. I still have the colonial modifier? I believe so. Yep. Unknown frontier for another couple years. Also, we are staying as a significant power, so I'm going to go ahead and accept Portuguese. Since that will do pretty good for us. 7% of the pops, yeah, they are. All in Extremadura, and then a couple of the colonies that we have taken from Portugal. But it's 7% of the stated pops. We grab Kupang. Happy Friday, happy Friday. Laka is going to attack Dai Viet. Okay, I don't know why it showed me Goa then. That's definitely not around them. How many people live in Lisbon? Oh yeah, I didn't even look at that earlier. My bad. We will check after this year tech, which I think is the exact same thing I said last time. Let's see here. So in Lisbon, 98,000 peasants, 115,000 residents. 3.3 thousand burghers, 2.4 thousand nobles, 1.7 thousand clergy. In our capital, we have 57,000 residents, 111,000 peasants. In Zuid-Holland, our old capital, we have 172,000 peasants and 120,000 residents, which we actually need to up the amenities there. Okay, the burghers are already doing it. Oost-Vlaanderen, 170,000 peasants, 98,000 residents. We need to upgrade the amenities here as well. And then West-Vlaanderen, we have 103,000 residents, 127,000 peasants, and you'll never guess what we have to do there too. And now 152,000 residents, 137,000 peasants. Flynn de Lillos, we have 162,000 peasants, 45,000 residents. You'll never guess what we have to do there. And finally, Antwerp, where we are building a harbor. We have 49,000 peasants and 10,000 residents. Okay, it is time to upgrade our amenities. Lisbon being more urbanized than Amsterdam is wild. Well, to be fair, I haven't invested much into Amsterdam. Oof. Amenities are very expensive to upgrade. Very, very expensive to upgrade. Build. I need 555 ducats to upgrade that bad boy. We're making 20 ducats a month. Our force limit has popped back up to 27. Our nobles have 5% loyalty. Oh my goodness. My clergy are also not too thrilled. Let's go ahead and perform a show of devotion. Because I think it's about time that we start taxing the clergy. It's time to deal with them. Have these guys started doing expeditions yet? Nope. They have not. Merchants, thank you. I do have 2 merchants. Did I lose one? And then regain it? Did I lose one and then regain it? Going down our trade chain here. Not seeing any lost. No. So I guess let's start pulling from... from India? Actually, there might be better places in Europe for us to do this. If I have trade power somewhere that I'm not actively pulling from. No, I'm not seeing any. But what about in Mexico? Can't see them yet. No. Also, how are our 3,000 troops doing? Where are they? They're right here. They're going on an adventure. I had 23? Oh, okay. Cool. Well, we have a province in this node, so we might as well just start transferring. And then... here. Even though Champa has had a fantastic game, it's allied to Bengal as well, which is going to make them very difficult to deal with. That's okay. It's fine. I do want to get into here and onto Tondo. How many pops do you have here? 344,000 peasants, 86,000 residents. With enough amenities to make it keep growing. Huge center of trade. Producing 50 size of spices. It's not bad. They're outputting only 1.4 exotics though. Come to Brazil? I don't know. I think maybe we should just leave it for Spain to get. No, man. Those nations that do poorly thriving success and development like Angevin and Scandinavia. Ooh. Ooh. Well, Scandinavia is our personal union, so that's why they formed. They're successful because I have decided they will be successful. Though they're working on the whole converting thing. Angevin, though, the Anglo-French Union, I did not do much for that one. All I did was give England Paris after they already won the 100 Years' War. So, they are actually doing well for themselves. I thought this was me for a second in Nevers, and I was like, huh? How'd I get that land? Yeah, I'll give 25 ducats to gain loyalty. That's an easy 25 ducats. It's a lot of warlords. It is. It is a lot of warlords for a country that's based entirely upon trade. You know? Like, what are you doing warlording when you could just be like a burger of some kind? Ooh. Bureaucrats are at 30 influence. We could try and get something passed. Well, we just passed something, so we have a lot of... corruption right now, so maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should be more patient. If you aren't using your missionaries, why not help Scandinavia? That is a good point. I will give you that. That is a very good point. And you could decide they could be successful because you previously stopped them from being successful. Scandinavia? I've never stopped Scandinavia from being successful. Does one have mission trees? There are some mission trees, but not like Anbanar. Different focus. This is more focused on the mechanics. You negotiate Denmark's alliance, which broke them? I don't know if I broke them. Did I break them? Oh, well, I did break their event chains. This much is true. Something did go wrong there. I did do that. I did do that. Disease time. I did break his alliance with Norway. This is true. This is true. We finished our colony in Bermuda, which is awesome. It's in the eastern seaboard node, so I can throw down a trading post here and I'll keep it myself. That means I should probably build up a level 1 harbor here. I need to unselect the other province. Go, 59 ducats. Get built up. And Brittany is now trying to get a piece of the New World. So that's kind of annoying. They have broken their alliance with Spain, though. I think it's only temporary. But who knows? We could go loot the hell out of Brittany. They are being... Yeah. They're allied to Burgundy, and Spain joined on the side of Auvergne. So, L. Who wants that anyways? I do. I want Florida. I want it all. I want it all. North America is mine. We're just gonna colonize Louisiana. We're gonna cut it off for everyone else. Dutch Spaniola is up to 4,000 troops. Vassal outside Siberian frontier anyways. Do I need a colonist there? It's a good point. It's a very good point. Well, where do I send my colonists then? Canada? Could secure the rest of New York, I guess. Since it's going to take a while. Well, I guess I can start colonizing down the coast. So that way it gets closer to my colony Siberian frontiers. That'd probably be worth it. Make New York Dutch again? Oh, we're working on it. We are working on it. We have New Nederland. Or sorry, New Nederland. So we're getting there. We have a new province in Indonesia. We're snatching up all these islands. And I did not get a claim on Majapahit, like a fool. Like a fool. Okay, I think I might want to hit the nobles to get my diplomat back. Because 2 diplomats is kind of rough. You're going to need harbors on all those provinces to trade, right? No. I need one minor center of trade that will then collect from all of the provinces in the sector, and then it will trade out of this province. Is there cloves? I don't know if there's cloves specifically. There's also only 1 reactionary warlord left. Let's upgrade to the Tercio infantry. So I'm going to need to choose somewhere around here to make my large trading city. I don't know. Well, I mean, these all have minor technically, so we could build up a level 1 port in all of these provinces, and it would be pretty good. It would be pretty good. Any dames here? Ooh, still waiting on that dames here to show up. But you know how it is. We'll get dames here, and then it will immediately just go away. Yeah, see, these guys have spices, but it's not much. Like the problem is these islands are tiny. These islands are tiny. Now, there are a couple of provinces that are better for spices than everywhere else. I just don't know where exactly they are. Is the problem. Is my problem. Prussia is, in fact, a loyal subject of Bohemia. Oh boy. Provoke the warlords? Why? I don't have full morale yet. Also, I need to make a claim, but I need to decide who I'm going to go after. What? So, if I do declare war here, does that mean that Majapahit will not defend them? Is that what that means? Like, is this even a good spot to go grab spices from? Potential for 825 forestries here. That's a lot of forestries. You think they only defend closed tributaries, not normal tributaries? Oh. Okay. Alright, but there's a lot of potential for timber on these two. There's also metal here, which should be kind of nice. Right, let's pull back this as well. You're allied with Minahasa. Lots of forestries, lots of farmlands, producing 46 spice. Okay. So let's go after bacon first. Bacon and ternate die first. And then we go after Tidor and Minahasa. It's time for the Dutch to get aggressive. Isn't Makassar a good trade post? Makassar? Makassar. Dog, I don't know where you're talking about exactly. Oh, here. It's minor and minor. Where in this node is major and major? Found it. Important and major. Okay, then I think we want to conquer Tondo. For this node. Seems to be the best place to build up like a huge trade post. So I guess we pull back from this. 83 days to get back. When do I get my special CB? My imperialism CB? When do I get to start imperializing people? I don't remember. It's like 40 something, I think. It's 40 something. I hope. Client states 45. 45. So when we get that, I'm going to promote the aristocratic faction. Going to promote and support commerce. Try and make sure that everybody stays happy. We make them happy. Give them some money. I can build up those amenities back in here. Right? This is where I needed them. We have up to 80,000 people, and we currently have 94. Though it says that it's actually good up to 99, but I mean, that's a perfect time to upgrade. Design, improve the... No. Not the harborage. The amenities by 1 rank. Are we already doing it here? We're already building it there. Very good. Perfect. Perfect planning. Never been more perfect planning. Was it here I need to upgrade it? Yes, we're currently building a harbor here, but that's okay. Build up those amenities. Thank you. And how is our boy Drenth doing? How is Drenth? Level 1 garrisons, level 1 roads. Has a very solid 1.3 residents. I'm trying so hard. Please. Please, free my mans. Free my mans. Let's invest 10 ducats into the industrial goods there. Come on. Candidate, we currently have 90 Republican tradition. 466 though. I'll go for a 445, that's fine. Oh my god, my other factions are very mad at me. I don't know if it matters if the factions are mad at me. But let's sign with the Metropolitans. And... don't really care who I choose, though. I'm not going to be taking tech with this guy, so I don't particularly care about that. More urban production efficiency, though, sounds great. Commercial power, and... sure. Apparently I can rival someone. Let's rival Russia. And I am going to embargo him. Sorry, Russia. You don't get to buy anything from me. Really? Another person who's cruel. As you do. Another cruel guy. Spy network, thank you. Yes. Tondo. You have to go. Alright. Ideas. Ideas. You have an idea? That's impressive. One idea is pretty good. I think we need to take humanist ideas. Invest $1 more billion into Cape Town. Why? But we have lots of mill, we have lots of diplo. Eventually we're going to probably need influence ideas. And in order to get influence ideas, we need to take diplomacy. That being said, there's also representation, which I don't know what that does if we take humanist ideas. We could also just take a military idea group as well. Have we stolen the spice trade yet? We are working on it. We are actively working on it. So your option, even though I want economic ideas so badly. Economic ideas is just so good. It's so good. But humanist will give us +3 max productive cultures, which we don't actually need. But -2 national unrest, +2 tolerance of heathens, and +2 tolerance of heretics is going to be massive. It gives us religious unity buff as well. Diplomacy will give us 1 diplomat. There is another way for us to get a diplomat, and that is to take a privilege from the nobles. This one. Sophisticated emissaries. Take that away, we get a diplomat back. But, of course, that pisses off the nobles. So I don't know if we are in a position to do at the moment. Would like for them to become more happy. Looking at our monarch points, we definitely have a shortage of admin. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and focus admin now. We have another merchant. I guess we start trying to steal some trade from Chen. Rendanite, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Let's just try and secure Indonesia. All right, and New Amsterdam has been colonized. Congratulations to us. We officially have done the canon event. Yippee! I need to go here. It's kind of where I wanted my next guy to go, but I guess we just go down here along the coast, try and meet up with our colony. Now colonize Pennsylvania. No, it's a little bit too inland. We're gonna go to Jersey. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Go get Canada so we can start a Siberian. That is also a decent option. Brittany is going to get a colonial nation down here. They're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. It's better to colonize non-connected provinces so it can Siberia in all directions. So you can only use Siberian directions if the province is connected to your capital. So that's why he's expanding like this, and he doesn't have any Siberian frontiers up here. So I'm just trying to get it all connected so then he can go in every direction. Plus, I don't much care if Brittany gets 1 colony. We can always take it out. Brits, we want to remind you to give us our rightful clay now. Do the Brits own any rightful clay of ours? I don't think they do. Well, I guess when you think about it, all land is truly rightful Dutch clay. Should you be scared of trying your man in your game with their 1 million men? Do you really need me to tell you the answer? I don't think there's a time when you should ever not fear a nation that has 1 million troops. Why are you going to war with Majapahit? Get enforced demand, bozo. Oh, never mind. Majapahit declared war on a tributary state of Great Nan. Not exactly he thought through that one. No, it's just AI just going to trick themselves to death? No, they won't. No, they won't. Those million troops will kill you. They will find you. They will kill you if they can. Do not think that they will attrition themselves to death. Remember, they get all their manpower back on the year tick. All of it. They will kill you. Spy network at 20. We need 40. Unless it's different for claiming guys way out here. Nope, it's 40. Though it is more expensive from being jungle hills. Weird. I think it's just the coring cost, though. I think that's what that was saying. What is scarier, one China or multiple? Probably one, if I had to guess. One China with many troops. I was hoping that we could break into China because it doesn't have a whole bunch of... It's not all unified, but they have unified enough. For 5 years, I can get minus 3% discipline for yearly army tradition decay. Yeah, that's fine. We can take that. Oh, wow, we have more reactionary warlords. China has pierced the Himalayas. Nan is in India. I may force them to give that up at some point. China has escaped containment. It's over. It's over for everybody else. It's so jover. That was colonial modifier expiring. Thank you. Let's go ahead and get the Gates of Asia. Unknown frontier. The Horn of Africa. I get more trade power. More trade power in the Konkan node. I need to own something in the Malaya region for more trade efficiency. Then we'll be set. I should build 10 more heavies. That cost us what, like 600 ducats? Something like that. Because if we have our entire heavy fleet over here, we'll be good. Oh, actually, I think we just unlocked new heavies. I think we need to upgrade our ships. I believe that's what we need to do. What? Are you on fucking drugs? Why? Why though? Why are you like this though? Ew. We have a galley. Gross. A casual 1,260 ducats. I want you to detach the damaged ships. Send everybody else back over to Zoot Hollanded. We'll just upgrade them in smaller batches. Otherwise, they'll never get upgraded. Isn't Indonesia inland sea? It won't matter. I don't think it'll matter if we have 30 heavy ships. 20 heavy ships. There we go. There's Dutch Louisiana. This one was New Rotterdam, right? New Rotterdam. Did I spell everything correctly? I think I spelled everything correctly. Oh, Spain's at war with Thompson. That's correct. All right. And now, ooh, I need to... I need another diplomat. Need another diplomat so that I can use it effectively. I'm going to start pulling trade out of Iberia here. I don't know how much trade power it's actually going to give me. 12%. Beautiful. When I get this claim, then we'll make sure we subsidize him. I have to remember, though. I'm going to piss off the nobles. No, because that's what's causing all of these warlords. And when I have warlords, I can't go conquer things over here. So, we might just have to play nice with the nobles, guys. For a while. For just a little while, okay? For just a little bit. As terrible as that may sound. I know, I know. So you have 27 merchants, pretty normal Dutch game. Yeah, it's going pretty well. But soon, the real money will start flowing. When I conquer all of this, it's also going to empower my states like crazy, but Oh well. And we got Kolaka. Ooh, nice. We have a boner. We have a boner. Yep. We have a boner with bone. We have a border with bone. Quite the slip. 1 month and we can make this claim. Please, I need to subsidize Louisiana so they don't die. They simply cannot make it without me. Has anyone in here played a game of MEIOU and Taxes where they switched over and played as a colonial nation before? Like how effective are they? Like, can they become powerhouses in their own right later on into the game? What's I gonna do? Claim. Bacon. Bacon claim. Boom. Thank you, bacon. Calvinist unrest. There will always be a Calvinist unrest. Give me the heavies. Upgrade the shippies. Go back to Indonesia again. More Calvinist uprisings, as you do. The knowledge sharing has run out, but I can now subsidize New Rotterdam. 4 ducats. 4.18. Fine. Let's check the income of all my subjects. Zonla's making 3.3. Scandinavia, I do not need to support loyalists. Making 8.68. Dutch Spaniel making 6.79. New Netherlands 4.49. And then New Rotterdam 1.1. But that's without our subsidies. Is it without our subsidies? It was in fact without them. But now they should invest into infrastructure and stuff, hopefully. And we're still making money. What kind of natural location is New Orleans? It is important location effect, minor harbor effect. And Portugal is now allied to Spain. And Seuss. Maybe we should get a claim on Seuss so I can break Portugal's alliance with Spain. Lazy colonist? I do in fact have a lazy colonist. And I will go here. So that way hopefully everything gets connected up. These guys they're expanding slowly but surely. Bullying Portugal? Yeah, it's kind of unnecessary to bully Portugal that much. We're going to keep this guy. It's kind of unnecessary since they don't really own much, but I don't like that they own anything in the Caribbean. I'd like to have total control over it. Another province successfully snagged on an island. You'll love to see it. Man, upgrading our ships is going to be expensive. 1,000 ducats. Maybe I should have just not upgraded the ships. Just let them sink. More time on the island soon? Yeah, I have to take my troops over there. But it may be time. The only thing is, if I move all my troops over, and then there are warlords or whatever, then I'm going to be very sad. Like, there are communalists. Going on here. Be very sad. Also, I should try and max out my trust with the AFU. Yay! I need to improve my relations with the AFU as well. The stupid Catholics. Why do Ottomans always die? Because they don't take tech. I don't know why they don't take tech, but they don't. Like, they're tech 29. Their neighbors are tech 32, 33. Some of them are 29, but most of them are higher. Like, Hungary, if they were determined, could have absolutely already taken all of the Balkans. Naples is working on it. Any special vassal in Indonesia? Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I guess I could upgrade my ships over in the other place. So once these are repaired, then we will head on over to Indonesia with our troops. Do they still have access through me? Yes. Can I guarantee their independence? No. It was a good try, though. It was a good thought. And Scandinavia is still upset that I enforced religion. A little bit dramatic, if you ask me. A little bit dramatic that I bring them the light and the truth, and then they get mad at me. Okay? Also, look at Genoa. They're taking Crimea. They're probably making a decent amount of money from selling food in Italy. What kind of ideas are we rocking with? Oh, Faroese, you'll be happy to know. We have secured. We've secured the homeland. It's still Catholic, unfortunately, but we have secured it. And also, I should probably place a trading post down and build a thing somewhere. This has more fish. So I'd rather this be the main city, I think. Let's build up a harbor to level 1. Apparently no harbor allowed. Why? Are there just not that many people? Average Faroese Island moment. 11,000 peasants. Okay. Well. Okay. Still put that trading post down. And you know what? If we can't build a harbor... Wait, hold on. Maybe I just have something else selected. I should be able to build a harbor here. Approve, harborage, rank 1, prepare to construct. No. In that case, let's build pathing, rank 1. Because not only does that give a little bit of trade power, it will also attract some migrants here. Though there are a lot of places for migrants to go to. Are we surrounding the Brits? Yes. You could say that. It has no culture? Okay, well, that's a very rude thing to say about the Faroese Isle. I'm sure that they have a deep and distinct culture. And it's also Norse, not none. It's Norse. What does Scandinavia have more troops than England? How does their income compare? Well, we can check these things. These questions can be answered. So, score comparison. The Anglo-French Union have a total of 1,800 development. They have 1,000 more development than we do, by the way. Their income is half of ours. That is the power of trade. We are making almost their entire income in trade. Scandinavia development is at 568. Scandinavian income is at 14.51. Trades at 3.18. If I had to guess why Scandinavia has more troops in the Anglo-French Union, well, first of all, is the AFU at their force limit? The AFU is just under their force limit. Scandinavia probably has more loyal nobles. than the AFU do right now. Or they have different reforms that makes it better. Or they have better autonomy, though I doubt that. Actually, yes. Scandinavia has better autonomy than the AFU. So I'm not sure exactly what the AFU is doing around there, but it is not increasing the or decreasing the autonomy in southern France. Even though it'd be very easy. Well, easier. You just got to put a big old port down here, and then send this road inland over these grass hills probably, and help out. But conquer AFU and make it a vassal. Vassal entirety of Europe. No, that's kind of against the whole point of what we're doing here. We're doing trade stuff. The fact that I took Lisbon is, you know, a lot of conquest in Europe that I didn't need to do. All right, the boats are ready. The boats are ready. The soldiers are ready. It's time for like 10,000 of them to die on the open seas. Recruit an explorer. That way it's a little bit faster. Lisbon doesn't count. It's an overseas province. True. So true, so true. And off we go back to Indonesia. We own Tobonku. Sure. We own this province now. Now they explore for the mission. Isn't the mission a general? Take all of Portugal and reform it into Nethergaul. Yeah, see, I don't know if that's necessary either. What I need to do is get more control of the trade in this region. That way my estates start building irrigation, and then we get more spices. Though I don't know. I don't think irrigation affects spices, actually. No, I said that. Exotic productivity in farmlands, except for dyes, spices, nutmeg, and saffron. It goes up. So, never mind. Irrigation doesn't do anything. My head is too big. Can't read stuff when you hover over it. Wow. Well, that's why I'm reading it to you. Okay? That's why I read it. When I remember to read it. This is on Tondo, right? It's Tondo time. Get a claim there. Our conquistador has died. No! Thus leaving our 3,000 troops out in the middle of nowhere alone. They had a good run. Let's delete them. We don't need them. We can build them back up over here in Indonesia if we want to. I think we do. 1, 2, 3. And we can put them on different islands. Our troops will get here at some point. One day. Where are they? I know it's going to take a while to get here, but... Oh, they're just passing India now. Honestly, not too bad. Ooh, they did just take an attrition tick in open water. They lost about the same amount of men that they lose going over to Mexico. So all in all, kind of fine. Kind of fine. You over as well, even though I don't have enough transports over here for all of these troops. It's okay. Alright, Bacon. Turn 8. Hello. I'm not here to trade. I'm afraid you've been bamboozled. You've been trickified. You've been lied to. Let's go after the ally first. Light looting, please. Sure. Let's get the burgers loyal. And now the nobles want something as well. Fine. Everybody wants something. Everybody needs something. This should hopefully be a very quick in and out 20-second adventure. But we know how 20-second adventures go. We get stuck in a 20-year war. Minahasa has a lot of troops. Minahasa. Only 3 Miltex behind. Oh, we grab Button. Nice. Button is ours. We are securing the Malaccas. Could upgrade the last heavies. This is true. We could do that. We should do that. After the year tech, of course. Anytime. Hey, Masani. We give them freedom from any kind of management. In exchange, they give us lands. Well, I don't know about any kind of management. You know, like some management. Some management is good, right? Surely. We'll take these 8 heavies. We'll send them back to Obi. We will upgrade them. It will be glorious. And then Tidor will be the next target. We'll grab Minahasa as well. And then we'll start going after Bone. And then Makassar is a vassal. So after that, we go straight for Majapahit, probably. We could go after Borneo if we wanted to as well. Kind of just depends on what we want to do. But I do want to own all this. 2 years for ideas. What are we going for? What am I doing? Are we going humanist? Are we going diplomatic? Are we going standing army? Which one do we want to do? There's also Empire. What kind of idea group is the next colonial one, the global empire one? Global domain. I think he's an admin. Red is mill, green is diplo, blue is admin. Right? So we can go diplo, I think. Cheaper unjustified demands, more diplo rep, more alliance limit, cheaper envoy travel time. Really nice. Take these 2 provinces. Actually, we can do a separate piece. Well, okay. I'm not doing a separate piece. A separate piece would take another 80 days. And I want to be out of this war as soon as possible. Boom, boom. Now, we do not need these forts. Go ahead and core them up. It'll be very expensive to core up. Very, very expensive. And then we'll bring these troops up to Tondo. Tondo can be our next goal. We could really double down on going into the Philippines as well. There's gold here, there's coal, there's spices. There's a lot of potential. There's already 22,000 peasants there. 29,000 here. Like there's there's good opportunity for these colonies. Let's go ahead and just declare this war when I get my diplomat back. Also, do we have unrest in these provinces? Nope. And nope. And that's because belonging to a trade company reduces unrest by 25. So, as long as you don't do anything too crazy, you'll be alright. That's even with having a cruel leader. We're going to go ahead and expand the bureaucracy, and we're going to provide grain for the commoners. Trade company OP, they are very strong. The thing is, you can't state any of this stuff anyways. And it empowers your estates like crazy. Yields ancient liberties. Gets the nobles back up to 56 loyalty, which is great. I'd really love to go through a period of them being ultra loyal. And let's go after Luzon. Do I want to do severe looting here? I don't think so. I don't think I do. I'd rather have light looting. Looting means that they don't have pops anymore. And these pops are going to be mine here in a second, so why would I kill them? In fact, that is another argument for doing a military reform. Because we could get our professionalism higher. And the more professionalism we have, the less loot we do. Which is kind of nice. I want this urban production efficiency guy. A level 3 advisor? Sure. I think you have to get those through events, don't you? Or maybe now we can just hire them. Let's get this guy. Investment manager. We didn't invest anything because we're at war. Ooh, Midas touched. Very nice. How old are you? 57. Aw, man. Indonesia lost at sea. That's okay. We knew the risks. 5% chance is 5% chance. Send our cab onto this province here. With 700 ducats, we could consider upgrading the capital again. Right? We could invest in better harbors as well, like on our trade chain. Getting all those harbors up to level 2 would be really nice. We need for meritocracy, a whole bunch of reforms that we're nowhere close to getting. Whole bunch. Means of recruitment needs to be at 3, civil examinations at 2, sovereign courts at 2, ruler skill admin of 3. Very far away, unfortunately. Maybe one day. It'd be a late game thing anyways. We're getting there though. We might want to consider doing another bureaucracy reform, to be fair. We will need to choose the bureaucratic estate for our next leader though, to do that. Provincial corruption is still going down by 1.59. We need to get a state reach average of 40 here, so we can get this better tax efficiency. A lot of things we need to do. Roads give provinces. Roads do give commerce province bonuses, yes. We'll spare Tondo. We still take a decent chunk of cash. Right, I did capture one light ship from them. I'm only assuming it's bad though, so I'm just going to delete it. Where is this port? It's on the other side. But if I keep these troops here, I can walk down and fight Tondo real quick. Take out their troops. That might be enough to get us out of the war as well. We took equal losses. Yep, that is a full annex. Minahasa and Tidor care, but no one else really cares. Very good. Very, very good. And that's all the conquest we need to do for right now. Just short little bursts of conquest. Still making our claim on Tidor. I can move my explorer over to these guys. And I can explore more of the North Atlantic coast. Maybe I should send an expedition or two in South America just to get the range to do the circumnavigation. So that way I can flex on the world that I circumnavigated first. We have this money though. We have the level 1 capital. Hold on, let me clear, make sure it's the only one selected. What are we building here right now? Amenities are being built in the capital still, so maybe I don't want to do that because it uses the same production. Here, amenities as well. Burgers are building some amenities, it looks like, but not everywhere. Level 2 harbor. Gives commerce output. Level 1 roads. Remember, we want more commerce output down here in the channel as well to make sure that we have control over this node. If we can push the AFU out even more, that'd be great. Drenth. How is Drenth doing? Drenth is... I killed it. I killed Drenth, I think. By putting 10 ducats into Drenth, I killed their industry. Oops. Drenth will never be a city now. I'm sorry, Drenth. I tried. I tried to help you. But you refused to be helped. We could go for level 3 roads. I kind of like the idea of upgrading some harbors, though. That's level 3. Where is our main harbor in this node? It's right here. So let's select it and let's increase the harborage by 1 rank. Okay. Then we come down to the Guinea Coast node. Looks like Elmina is going to be the spot to be here. Get that harborage up to level 2. Then in the Congo node, looks like Como is going to be the spot. Which feels weird because that one also looks like it's better, but whatever. If this is what the game says, this is what the game says. And then obviously Cape Town. Oh, Cape Town. Cape Town needs amenities. Are they going to let me build amenities here? They will. Alright, and then I will also design, improve pathing by 1 rank. Because it uses different things. Build a capital building Cape Town? Yeah, I don't think we need to do that. Like, it is Nightmare's communication, but it's always going to be at 100% autonomy anyways. Right? Like, it's in a trade company. It's always going to have that, so I don't really need the communication efficiency there. Invest 500 ducats into the Cape. I don't know how to tell you this. If I invested 500 ducats into the Cape, it would immediately collapse and never recover for, like, the rest of the game. You gotta have a little bit more patience. You gotta build it up over time. Cities take time to build. That's why it's great to conquer already built cities. It's in. It takes less time. That's why I should invest 1,000 ducats. True. Maybe I need to invest 1,000 ducats into Drenth. Then Drenth will be profitable. And only then. Put a trade post in the Philippines. I think I have to state it first, don't I? Yeah, I need a core here. If this is going to be the main city we send things out of, then that's what I want to do. The city's big, by the way. 352,000 peasants. 89,000 residents. We can take tech. Let's take admin tech first. And we'll take mill tech. Then diplomacy ideas. 10% promise war score cost, 10% justified demands, +1 diplomats, +2 diplo rep, +1 alliance limit, diplo relations, -10% envoy travel time, -25% diplo advisor cost, 20% improved relations.
Too, but it's good to catch a stream finally.
Tofu D2, good to see you. Welcome back. Thank you for the 12 months of Prime, 1 whole year. Good news. In the month or two, well, for the first one of those 2 months, there wasn't many streams. But this one we have been gaming, but it's good to see you. What does overinvest do? So, from what I understand, when you overinvest, you lower the wages too much, and then it becomes unprofitable, which means your estates and your auto investor don't invest into it. And so then it doesn't make any money, which means then it closes down some of the some of the industry, and so you're essentially just throwing money away because the estates don't want to upkeep it. You might want to increase your trade fleet in the channel. I don't know. We got 71%. That's pretty good. I guess we could, but like, you know what? Just for you, I'll build up to 25. That sound good? We also will probably want to send some ships down into the Strait of Gibraltar node to pull more trade out. Because Spain is pulling 2.45 into Iberia. And apparently I lost a merchant somewhere. We're going to pull that trade back out. We finished diplo ideas and we can take the tech. Wow, we had like just barely enough. We get 20 more colonial range at Tech 38. Huge. Huge. What's special about the flutes? The flutes have 0.2 more trade power. And I think one whole size? I think it's a whole size. Yeah. So you get 0.2 more trade power per ship, per light ship, and then it has one more whole size. So it's better at trade, and then it also gives you a little bit more health on your light ships. So it doesn't die as fast. So invest if the price is too high in demand as well. Yeah, a good way to look at it too is when you look at the industry here, the throughput, the higher the throughput, like the better it's doing. So if the throughput's too low, investing's going to kill it. So the way that I saw it recommended is that if the throughput is at 90, you should invest. If the throughput is anything lower than 70, it's risky to invest into it. Which that being said, I could invest into my urban industries here, but I would rather build up more capacity for trade. Because if we look at our capital, sorry, our trade capital, there's a lot of unresolved trade that we're seeing. Like, look at all this food. There's 402 unresolved food trade, which means we need more trade. More. And in order to do that, well, honestly, investing in commerce would be one way. But another way is just to keep investing into making the burgers more wealthy by having more trade, by having more trade outposts, by allowing them to connect with more people. And then through that, they will invest into trade, and then we will profit. Do I take a little trip to South America so I can do a around the world tour? No, we stay focused. You stay focused, we take Indonesia. Go and look at if you kick estates out of a province, invest thousands of ducats. I mean, not really though. It's not that you're kicking the estates out. It's that you're lowering the prices so much that there's no profit in it for the estates, and so they stop upkeeping the infrastructure. And when they do that, well, then, you know, if you're not upkeeping it, then it will shrink. So you're essentially just throwing the money away, is what you're doing. And you wouldn't throw money away, would you? Because that is a felony. And you're not a criminal, are you? Criminal scum. Alright, Tidor. It's time for you to go. And apparently scientific methods has appeared in our capital, which I didn't even realize was something that we were worried about at the moment. And global trade is also spreading in our capital. At 0.65 a month. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go back to doing more institution spread in the capital. It's a lot of Diplo points, but we don't need Diplo tech anytime soon, so that's fine. State-sponsored commerce. I could be making a lot more money if I don't give state-sponsored commerce back to the burghers, but I'm going to do it. So number one, they're more loyal, and number two, probably more importantly, the burghers can do more trade that way. Oh, they occupy this province? Damn, they killed 10,000 people here? Because they got to retreat? I should have been paying more attention. That's on me. Oh, they're occupying stuff over here too. Hold on. Hold on. Pause. 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 Take those guys out. The Treaty of Tordesillas. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll make sure to stay out of Colombia so that way the Catholics aren't too upset. Okay, I need to go save those provinces. That was not the greatest way to do that. Because I probably got a -2 penalty there from landing. But oh well. Let's get these unsieged. And then we'll siege down their ally first. Technically in Thailand, walking on bills is also a felony? That's crazy. So can you upkeep it yourself then? Yes, but I'm not sure it would be profitable still. I don't know. I haven't messed around too much with really min-maxing the investments and seeing what makes the most money. But I do know that too much will still kill the... It'll still kill the industry. And then it will just shrink. And so all your investment will go to waste. And you will have wasted 100 ducats. When instead, you could have just invested 10 or 20. And then it just grows over time. Patience. Patience, young Padawan. Split in half. Let's get these provinces occupied. Let's get a blockade going. And I think Brittany is now having a colony in Florida. No. They have 3 provinces. They're like, nah, actually, if I get any more, he's going to declare war. Which is probably true. I probably will. Zonlin is up to 3,000 troops, which is great. I would love to see him get up to like 6. Oh, he can't accept Mayan culture because of his ideas. I'm realizing that my game settings are actually going to kill my colonies. Or at least make them not as effective. Because I'm playing on the historical culture conversion speed. Kill no more Tordesillas? No, I don't care about Tordesillas. It doesn't matter. I'm Lutheran. The Catholics can shove it. I'll take whatever I want. State reach. Can I do more state reach? No, we're doing it right now. Nope. Spare. We spare all these provinces. We don't loot. Looting is bad. Greed is bad in this case, okay? Looting the Mamluks? Fine. Funny. Looting these guys? Bad. Who's gonna work in the spice fields if I killed them? No one. I'm sorry. Did Tidor just give up without me occupying his capital? I didn't even know the AI could do that. But thanks. Separate peace out for 90 ducats? Yeah, I'll do that. We have a new province. Oh, nice. It connects up to here. Look at that. Fancy. Looting is the way? No. No. Looting is not the way. Looting is not the way. Not when we want to trade. Not when we want to produce things. If you just want the money, well, sure, loot away. But I want the value. And so we must be less greedy. Once you've got the provinces for a year, you can see the total production of the area in the trade tooltip. Of the area? Okay. I will go look at that. There's Tidor done. Yay! We also have another merchant. Is it the one that got canceled though from Iberia? Nope. It's not. Start transferring here. Of the sector? Ah. Did I put a merchant in India? I mean, yeah, but like, we're pulling some away. We're pulling some away. I'd rather screw over Spain more than India. So if I... So you're saying I need to go to the sector here? Well, I guess I haven't owned this for long enough. Like, we can go check South Africa, I guess. Which, currently the trade capital is over here. So this little guy? This simple layer displays imports and exports of goods and total units done with other sectors. Oh, no, the cart? Production of fuel. Oh, yeah. Production of fuel, 0.1. Huge. Massive. Massive fuel production here in South Africa, guys. Massive. Raw, 0. Consumer, 3.6. Military, 0. Naval, 1.2. Industrial, 1.7. Food, timber, 0.1. Exotic, 0. Luxury, 0.1. Knowledge, 0. Food, 2.8. Salt, 2.4. Fiber, 2.9. Yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good to see how many spices we get, but our trade capital thing is moved up to here. And I can't go through because it's not cored yet. But we are making apparently 243 food. But there is a higher demand over here. If you want salt, you can mine it in Portugal. I bet he cries a lot about losing his capital and colonies. Probably. Probably. Let's go for the North Atlantic Sea. Do we keep going for Indonesia? Yeah, I mean, there's still empty spaces in Indonesia, so the answer is yes, we keep going. Wait. Shoot. I just pulled back a diplomat from somewhere. Where did I just pull a diplomat back from? Who was I building a spy network on? I just had 2 diplomats out. No, it wasn't Makassar because he's a vassal of Majapahit. I don't know. Oh well. We could go after Sulu. Has pearls and spices. But not a bunch of farmland here? No. A lot of fisheries though. A lot of fisheries. And that's where they're going to get the exotics from. 1.3 exotics coming out of there. We could do that. I think we need to hit this partial monopoly of the nobles. Even though I want to keep them loyal. They're currently making 63 ducats from forestry. Right? Which is kind of bad. $35 loyalty. I think that's worth it. We'll get it back up. It's all good. Let's build a spy network on Majapahit directly. And Majapahit has allied Bengal. Doesn't really matter though. Like, what is Bengal going to do to me exactly? I mean, maybe he's going to walk down here, but all I got to do is put a boat here and we're fine. Ooh, we can embrace scientific methods. Cheaper Diplo and Miltech cost. We can wait another couple months though and get it for even cheaper. And it's going to do the auto investor. Just you wait. It's going to do it. It's going to take my money. We know it's science is. We cannot be stopped. We've officially hit peak science. Go. It's present in those 2 provinces. Drops the price a little bit. Go ahead and embrace it. And then we're going after global trade that is spreading in our capital state here. That will give us an extra merchant, more trade power abroad, and more trade range. And then academia, that's in a very long time. So I don't need to worry about that. That's 1710 or Admin Tech 46. Admin Tech 46 will probably come first. And then there's naturalism. Noble birth. Yeah, that's fine. What is our guy like? Is he cruel? No, he's Midas touched. We have 98. He's 61 though. We'll keep him. Okay, the explorations are being completed. Japan is still only 2 techs behind, but here's the thing. Now we're starting to reach the point where I think they're going to be falling behind in general. The Colombian import scientific method global trade is a rough 3 to get because they all happen pretty around the same time, and it's going to make their techs more expensive. So hopefully we see them start dropping 4 or 5 behind. Then maybe we can break into Japan. Because that would be pretty nice. Because we'd steal all of their trade money. All of it. They wouldn't much have a chance. Year tech moment. This is all as the Dutch. Imagine if we were playing this like the English or the French or the Spanish. We'd be going crazy. For the Philippines? Almost. Almost. I mean, I guess our ideas definitely help. Luxury output, urban production efficiency, but like, just the sheer pops that we'd have playing as someone larger. Like a much larger tax base. Though we actually make a decent amount of money from taxation now. I have a colonist. Do I want to start colonizing in the Philippines? Or do I want to try and colonize? I think I should start colonizing up this coast so Zonland can start doing their expansion into the jungles of Central America. There we go. There's the Philippines. Go for the North Atlantic coast. Bureaucratic expansion is done. Let's go ahead and direct that bureaucracy. Expand it again. -1 stability. That's not very chill of you. Not very chill. Let's see. Aggressive expansion is doing just fine down here. But when we take on Majapahit, well, the good news is they're Hindu. The bad news is India is not Sunni. India is very much also Hindu. This is Geperkayan, which is a different religion? Question mark? Is that a Hindu heresy? Because it's got the same little icon. Visor cost. This gives... Wait, what's the difference? Is there a difference? Tolerance of heretics and heathens +1. I think it's the same thing. It's just a different name. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. No! No reactionary warlords are allowed. Sorry. We're all out of time for the reactionary warlords. No reason to do that. Explore that South Atlantic coast now. Brittany, what happened? You were doing so much exploration, then you stopped. Portugal, the sneaky bastard, has a colony in Colombia. I should probably grab something on these islands. Oh, we were going to go to Canada, weren't we? I was like, oh yeah, we got to go to Canada. Make sure Canada starts expanding. And then I didn't do that. So we'll probably take a break from Indonesia, and then we'll get a Canadian colony up and running. And it will be wonderful. I'm looking at India. I'm looking at it. But focus down here first. Another... No, don't hunt pirates. Explore the North Pacific, please. You go over here. It's almost time to make a claim on bone. Expedition. I would like to go... Actually, can I even go to Canada yet? 35. Yeah, okay. So Canada. Are the AFU going to start colonizing sometime? They've gotten one exploration idea completed now. So they're thinking about it. They're definitely thinking about it. I'm watching you, China. I see that you're in India. Don't you dare. Don't you dare even think about it. Not for a single moment. Not for one. I'm watching you. Okay, Bohemia's declaring war, and both of my spies were caught. Cool. Cool. I love it when my spies get caught. I love when my spies get caught. Thank you so much. I have 1,500 ducats that I'm sitting on right now. Because we are making 49 ducats a month. That trade money is coming in. Where's it coming from? So food, we are importing a bunch of food from the AFU, like a whole bunch. And then we're immediately exporting it back out into other regions, which is great. Salt, we are importing a whole bunch and then immediately exporting it. We're importing it from, that looks like Mexico? Yeah. We're importing it from Zonland. Before we shifted that trade money more towards magic money, it used to be like 3 times that amount. Damn. So yeah, we're importing a bunch of salt from Zonland, and then we're immediately exporting it to ourselves. We're sending a whole bunch of salt to the Philippines, which is weird. Why? Because we're sending it to China. That's why. Yep. We're sending it to Ningpo. Ningpo. To here. And then from there, well, it goes wherever they want it. I don't know. 100 million pops, only so much coastline. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. Wouldn't it be better if I created a trade chain where I brought the salt like to Panama and then sent it across the Pacific? That's a kind of long ways away though, so. Like, yeah, would be great. Would be great, but whatever. What else are we trading? Oh, also the sector capital has moved to our actual capital now. So that's cool. Before I do anything else, I'm going to start building another path. Build. Construct that pathing rank 3. We want to get it up to 4. Crossing an open ocean is really scary. I mean, yeah, but like, it's shorter, technically speaking. It's probably faster. Surely we can pay someone to do it. Fiber. We are doing absolutely no trade in fiber whatsoever. To the detriment of our pops, by the way. Because we don't produce enough. Fuel. We're importing a bunch. We are exporting some. Raw. We are importing a bunch of raw from Burgundy, actually. None from Denmark, though. Or Scandinavia. And then we're exporting a bunch of raw material to Como. Consumer goods, we are surprisingly importing some and then exporting a lot. Which I guess makes sense. I guess we're importing it because it's cheaper to buy it. And then we can export it for more money to the rest of our colonies. Which is fine. Military, we are buying some from Lubeck. Some from Cole, who is in our trade league. And then we're exporting some. We're not exporting a lot, though. Naval, we're just exporting a couple of bits to the rest of our colonies. Industrial, we're importing a decent amount from the AFU, exporting a lot to our colonies, our trade colonies, I should say, trade spots. Timber, we are barely importing any, and we are exporting a lot. Now, why is that? Okay, well, we're exporting some to Belgium. But we have a deficit. We have a deficit in this node. Has been an off year. Yeah, I mean, I guess as long as there's something in the stockpile, it doesn't matter too much. Like, we're not actually having none, so it's whatever. Exotics. We are importing a shit ton of exotics from Goldereed, and we're already importing 15.6 from Luzon. Now, I'm assuming Goldereed is the one next to Congo? No. It's the one in West Africa. Which we are then importing from the Congo. So yes, we are importing from the Congo. It's not going through this node. We're buying straight from Congo instead of buying it in this node, which is kind of weird. I don't know why that is. But I suppose it doesn't really matter too much. Well, no, even this one is buying stuff too. Stockpile is full enough, they won't buy more. Ah, maybe that's why. And then luxury goods, we are pretty neutral on luxury goods for the most part. And then knowledge, we're importing some from Paris and some from Belgium. And we're exporting some out to the rest of our trade empire. But if you look, we produce more than we demand here. So that's why. I mean, the trade's going well, for sure. We're exporting a ton of food, though. Ton of food. But what we need, timber, food, we can find it all in the Moluccas. And Canada, I guess. Loyalty. I will take the noble loyalty, even though it hits our global trade power. Then I need to spend money. Need to spend money. I need Antwerp to be better. It has the amenities that it needs. Let's get the Pathian upgraded, I guess. In Antwerp. And... do I have... oh, roads. I want to make sure we have roads... level 2 roads everywhere now. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. Maybe it'd be better, actually, to invest into ports. Why are the numbers all weird? I think Luzon has a level 2 port. I think that's what that means. So let's build that up to a level 3 port. It's almost there. We probably destroyed it in the war. Expedition to Canada only got maps. Honestly, that's fine. But this is where the good wood is. We wish there were more ways to grow pops quickly. It's kind of tragic we're so bottlenecked by pops and no real way to do anything about it. Well, people can only fuck so fast. I hate to tell you this. I hate to tell you this. You can only make babies so fast. At least 9 months. That's really the minimum turnaround time. 10? Yeah, true. 10. 9's a bit much. You gotta be real committed. Real committed. I don't know about that one. Conquer China or India, lots of people there. That's true. On the Pacific coast. They wouldn't say when the quality of life got significantly better, like the Netherlands blew up and pop. Well, that's what's happening now, too. Wilhelmus. The anthem Wilhelmus or Wilhelmus van Nassau. Nassau? Something like that, is very popular with parts of the Dutch population and will, in 1932, become recognized as the official national anthem of the Netherlands. Wilhelm van Orange, or William of Orange, is the main character of the anthem, which tells of him, his life, and why he is fighting against the King of Spain, written in a first-person perspective. For a national anthem, the text and tune of the song is remarkably peaceful. Back to Canada. Used to be being a tributary of China got you into their migration zone so you could steal all of China's pops. Oh, does that not work anymore? Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm going to build... First of all, I'm going to upgrade my ships here. I'm going to build 5 more transports. Okay, I am missing heavy. I was like, I think this fleet is missing heavies. It is. So we can move all of our troops around. Don't worry, guys. Imperialism, kind of soon. Sort of soon. Kind of copium to call it soon. But it's like almost there. When you really think about it, it's almost there. When you really think about it. What is max stab? Max stab is 3 still. But you get max pop growth from stab 2. And while I would love to be on stab 2, we're doing reforms. The more reforms you do, the less stab you have. So, if you want stability, don't do reforms. Don't change your privileges. Let's do promote the aristocratic faction again. We got beef with Spain, but we keep it in the markets where it belongs. That said, step out of line, you'll know the meaning of an orange in Godfather. Yeah, alright. How many people live in Luzon? In Luzon, we have a solid 361,000 peasants and 91,000 residents. Then in Mindolo, 107,000 peasants, and in Ibalon, we have 193,000 peasants. In Ilocos, we have 50,000 peasants and 6,000 residents, which we could turn this into a city if I get higher amenities, but I'm not sure I need to. I'm not sure it's all that necessary. And then these spots down here have a lot of people. 27,000, 22,000, 29,000. So like I do want to colonize this for sure. But we're trying to get Canada up and running. And we have our first spot in Canada. Oh, Canada. Ooh, it's an important market center too. Nice. Great, we have a new province. Now we own land where it's hot, and we own land where it's cold. Woohoo. We need to build a harbor there after this year tech. Philippines has a 2024 population of 114 million. Yep, that is about a third of the U.S. population. Dutch Quebec, the accent? Look, it's going to be better, okay? It's going to be better this way. To improve that harborage in that province. Big lag, big lag. Oh, Brittany's gone to Brazil instead of committing up here. Okay. What are we doing down here? Well, the pathing has been increased to level 1. The amenities are at level 1. So the population is getting better. Oh, the culture is also Dutch. Nice. So those residents are going to be growing. Let's get this harbor up to level 2 now. And I guess we'll make South Africa fantastic. I don't know if we need to. Well, no, we do. We do. Yeah, you're already building your harborage. Well, actually, I don't know if we actually need to. Because if it's on the coast, I can just buy it straight from my capital. Like, my capital can just straight up buy things. But I guess it'd be better if everywhere could buy things as well to ensure all stockpiles are filled. That way, the burden isn't put on my capital to buy everything around the world. Is Canada now New Zealand? No, I think you know what we have to call New Zealand. I think there's only one place that would be funny enough to call New Zealand. You say burden, I say burden, you say monopoly. I mean, that's fair too. Simon Steven. The Flemish mathematician and military engineer Simon Steven was active in many years of science and areas of science and engineering, both theoretical and practical. The Dutch word for mathematics, wiskunde, or the art of what is certain, was Steven's own translation and makes Dutch one of the few European languages where mathematics is not derived from Greek via Latin. He invented a carriage with sails which was propelled solely by the force of wind and acquired a speed which exceeded that of a horse. De Thiend, written by Steven and published in 1585, is translated in English as decimal arithmetic, teaching how to perform all computations whatsoever by whole numbers without fractions by the 4 principles of common arithmetic, namely addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. You tell me those 2 words translate into that whole sentence? That's a lot. That's a lot. All right. Soon, Sunda will be ours. Sunda will be ours. Majapahit will be ours. Everything will be ours. Unless China somehow gets involved and ruins my life. But I do see they do not currently hate me. I would love to improve my relations with them. Fort Nassau has completed its colony. Where do I send my next colony? Here. Right, we're connecting. We're connecting the land so that way Spain can't try and grab it all. Do I have an Inquisition on the Calvinists? No, because that would be a very bad idea. Because my entire country is Calvinist. With some Catholics. There's not even a Lutheran majority anymore. But I'm not switching. The people can follow whatever religion they want. These guys are all bad. I'm going to keep them. Social mobility. Fuck me. Fine. They didn't even give the note. Okay, it did. It just took a second. Just took a second. Just took a second. Alright, which one of these bureaucracy things do we want to deal with? We go bureaucrats for the next person. Is this state reach average include overseas provinces? Bohemia is wide? Yes, Bohemia is very scary. Enforce sovereign law in core jurisdictions. It'd piss people off to all hell, but it would help with autonomy, give more base welfare, and less provincial corruption. That's probably the next thing I want to go for. So we'll have to do that on the next person. Just not overseas? Okay. That makes getting meritocracy much easier than I thought. I thought that it was always going to be about everything. Like, even your colonies and whatnot. And so I never thought that I'd be able to do those reforms, but I misunderstood. Okay. Oh, nice. Finally getting some stuff in Scandinavia converted, though I think it might go back to being Catholic. Even colonizing anywhere. They've unlocked the idea group, but they only have the first idea in exploration ideas completed. So they're not actively colonizing. No. The only people that are actively colonizing that I know of are Portugal, Spain, and Brittany. That's it. And us, obviously. And we're a little bit ahead of everyone. Just a little bit. But I can't go after Portugal. They're allied to Spain, and they're guaranteed by Congo and Canada. So I don't really want to piss either one of those people off. We make a lot of money from the Congo. There's no reason for me to go to war with them. True, Old Drenthe failed to start like New Drenthe. No! Drenthe is going to come back, okay? You just wait and see. Look, the throughput's up to 51%, alright? How many people we have here? We have 2.7 thousand residents. You are all just haters. Haters, I say. Can I please improve the amenities here by 1 rank? Yeah, let's go. You're all going to regret this. You're all going to regret hating Drenthe. You're going to see Drenthe is going to be the shining beacon of the north. Just you wait. Just you wait and see. You are making more amenities. You are... I'm not sure. What's our autonomy looking like? Down to 36 everywhere. Where do you get your communication efficiency from? 93. And you get yours from 2451. Lewin. Okay. And Lewin, I'm guessing you get it from Noor Brabant, who gets it from 2370. Zuid-Holland, which gets it from the capital. Okay. Well, you all have level 1 roads. I would like to lower my autonomy out here a little bit more. So, let's improve the pathing out there by 1 rank. That's right. We're not playing Ethiopia, but you're damn right that I'd build more roads. I don't know what I was trying to say there. It'd be nice to upgrade this road too, to this city. Where do you get your communication efficiency from? 2363. Oost-Vlaanderen. Who gets it from Zeeland? 829 ducats? I mean, we can definitely upgrade these as well. Which means I can probably sneak in this province too to get upgraded. Maybe this one? Might be greedy. Yeah, a little greedy. Little greedy. Even that one's a bit much. There we go. Build a bunch of roads in the Netherlands. And we make 52 ducats a month, so won't take too long. Another one to Canada. Hopefully this is enough. We did grab Natiscuin. Natiscuin? Something like that. Which has this natural location, which gives minus 15 local unrest. Why? Is this like a particularly beautiful spot in Canada that I just don't know about? I built around that tiny province. I have not. It's not Dutch yet. It doesn't get roads. Oh, the Anglo-French Union have a permanent claim on it. How mad does it make them that I own it? Okay, they're mad no matter what I do. I do need to improve relations with them. It's a pretty chill spot. Nice. Nice. What Majapahit province do I want to go after first? I'm only assuming I would go after their capital. Makes sense to me. Biggest city on the continent. Which this continent is Southeast Asia. I'm assuming they produce a lot of goods here. A lot of resources. They haven't even opened their forestries. Is there even anything good here? No. There's no point in opening the forestries. But they have a decent amount of urban production. A little bit of education that they've just opened up. And lots of spices. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of spices. Lots of potential for fisheries as well. What about their mines? Are their mines full? Their mines are full. We should be trying to find a spot where we can do the mines. We need more salt. Because if we can just produce a shit ton of salt in the Philippines and sell it all to China, that's great. That's easy money. Easy, easy money. $52 ducats a month. By the way, this is 52 ducats a month when I have minus 30% trade efficiency. So, yeah, we're actually making a lot from taxation now. Southern France and North Africa have quite a bit. Better watch out. Better watch out, AFU. And this has got mines. It's got metal as well. Guaranteed by Songhai. Why not root out corruption? Because it's not something that you do in MEIOU taxes. It's going to go up and down. It's a waste of money to try and root it out. The way to get lower corruption is to reform your country. And we do, in fact, have a Canadian colony. So, what do we want to name it? Do we want New Drenthe? Is that the plan? Drenthe representation? New Friesland? We could do New Friesland as well. But I like Drenthe. We gotta give Drenthe something in the New World. And then I want to immediately give you some subsidies. 4 ducats. Can I get anything? Okay, I guess they get 4.36 ducats. Canada needs extra money. Buy more firewood because it's cold. We could go into North Africa and take those salt mines. Need to make a claim on bone. What? Oh no, this is Sunda. A lot of development. We're gonna get a lot of aggressive expansion down here. Timber, that's right, it is timber. So maybe we should even put a little bit more into them. I mean, that's why we're colonizing up there, is for the timber. That is why we're there. If I want to get California, we're going to need to do some expeditions around South America, I think. So I can get maps. I can get California at Tech 40. So we're not there yet. I might like Pacific America or anything like that. Or is I think California is the entire West Coast, right? It's like the entire thing. Yeah, Colonial California. We could send more to Mexico to fill in this. We could send to Canada to supercharge Canada. We could go to Brazil, Peru, Chile. We could try and fill in South Africa. We could try again to break into Japan. They do have some people that are 4 mil-techs behind. Of course, it's kind of random whether we get it or not. Or we can just fill in the Philippines and Indonesia. Let's go to the Philippines. Let's get more there. Let's just secure what we have. No greed, no greed. I do need to improve with my ally, though. Because they're an ass and they keep being upset with me. We're going to have warlords. No, but right now there are going to be Portuguese separatists. Which I would not appreciate. Also, why? Why the Portuguese rebelling now? I've accepted their culture. I guess it's the wrong religion. But strong Catholic unrest. Oh. We have another merchant, though. Start transferring trade out of that node. Noble concessions has ended. We can keep expanding that bureaucracy. I could concede to the nobles. I can yield those concessions to the nobles. And I think it's about time that we hit the nobles with something. Right? They have 70 loyalty, so... that means it's time for them to take a hit somewhere. Most of their stuff we've already got figured out. We fixed it. Well, we know that when we do our reform, it's gonna lower their loyalty a whole bunch, so we need to wait for that. Hey, Daythwin. YouTube videos remind you of the mod you got into it after again like 3 years? Oh, I'm glad I got you back into it. If it's fixed, don't break it? Okay, but if I don't break it, then we never get better, right? And my spy got caught in bone. And I bet it did hit 40 and I just didn't notice. So that's sad. Are the reforms that increase state reach? Nope. Only way to increase state reach is to click that button to increase it. That, and there's an interaction that you have with the tribes that increases your state reach as well. You could say your spy got boned. You could say that. That's true. The edict. Oh, thank you. I forgot about the edict. Well, I think we're still waiting on global trade. Oh, you're talking about there's an edict to spread it. I went on to a different wavelength there, but yes. 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 We're at 84% global trade in our capital, by the way. Yeah, there's centralization effort. But there's -1 yearly elite loyalty. So, I mean, it ain't free by any means. It ain't free. I think this is the best one. Tribal resettlement. -1 yearly local clan power, -1 local clan loyalty. Very expensive, but if you get it in a whole state, you can really shut that down. Anglo-French Union wants scientific methods. Did I already... No. I don't think I want to give you scientific methods, do I? No. I don't need your money. Also, I'm the #1 great power. Take that, great Nan. Bohemia not far behind. Spooky, scary Bohemia. With a ton of allies. Including a rather large Naples. Maybe I should get back together with Hungary. Oh, but he has Prussia as a personal union. Oh, man. Oh, man. What a weird look in Eastern Europe. 200 years of expanded bureaucracy? I mean, that is... Yeah. That is how it be. Like, yes. Okay, I'm taking that Conquistador with 80 tradition. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Next Miltech is going to give me 0.5 artillery fire. I don't really have much artillery here, so I don't care. Majapahit hit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. It's fine. Great Nan is turning Bengal into a tributary, as one does. As one does, you know, casual. So much for going into Bengal. Very sad. I guess it's time to go after Majapahit. So let's do that. I did not connect my troops up. There we go. Let's head on over here, and we will deal with them. Now, I think we want to land on Simawa and siege that down first. Because otherwise... Oh, never mind. No, we're good. I was going to say, otherwise he's going to cross over and occupy these provinces, but he can't. And so... Well, if I wait, if I just wait a little bit, Bengal is not going to join. So let's just be patient. We will let China's expansionist policies destroy our enemies. And then I don't have to deal with them. Kutai, you're allied to Sunda. Where else can I get a claim? I can make a claim on Sulu. I need to split this. Thank you. Bryansk wants me to support their independence. Who are you? No. I have no interest in fighting the Russians. I literally have no benefit of doing that. It is a waste of my time. Let's get these roads up to level 3. And we'll get a level 1 road here, I guess. Because I'm feeling generous. Why not? How close is it to being Dutch? Not. It's not. It's not close at all. Drenth, how you doing? Still building those amenities, huh? Alright. I should probably fix my northern road as well. Get those up a bit. And then how's our production doing in our capital? Throughput's down to 74%. In Zuid-Holland, it's at 63. Okay, so it's doing everything it needs to do. Farmlands are maxed out. Farmlands are almost maxed out. I guess that means it's almost time to... almost time to... What's it called? Upgrade those poulders again. Get those amenities improved. We gotta make sure that we're on top of the amenities. Too many level 1 amenities everywhere. They need to be a level 2. What is low end? What is that with the province names? I don't know. I just assume it's Dutch. It's all the same to me. I don't know. Build infrastructure. Yes. Yes. I have 48,000 pops here, which means I need better infrastructure. More infrastructure. Always more. Always more. Always more. Okay, on the year tick, we can take tech. Is Bengal getting rolled yet? Technically. Some of its stuffs are occupied. But most of it's not. We now have Davao, which is a great little province down here. Probably worth building up a port in this one. It has a natural location. But all current money is going to go towards upgrading the amenities in the lowlands. Fill in the Philippines, fill in Indonesia. I don't know if I want to conquer Japan or just have a trade post in Japan. Now is the time. Deck on China and loot them while they are in India. So true. So true. I'm sure that they won't just, you know, immediately come back. Even if I could get a CB on them. I mean, I could make a CB, but you tempt me. You tempt me. I will not, though. I will not throw the game. Will not throw the game, okay? We're not going to do that. Let's do the rest of the South Pacific coast here. I'm just waiting for Bengal to not join. I'm telling you, if we try to get into China right now, it'd be bad. Besides, we don't really want China dead. Like, we want the pops in China to be alive. Believe it or not. Does this only go to Fujian? Wait. Where is that? I don't know, but Fujian feeds into the Malaccas, so... And I already have a dude there. Is it this one? Oh, yeah, it's this one. Screw it. We'd be out by Christmas. True. No, what I want to do is take good trade cities in China and then make tons of money by trading with them. And if I go through and I loot China to the ground, I can't exactly trade with them. Right? Because you can't trade with a dead person. That is just called stealing and robbing the dead, and is usually looked down upon. House of Elsevier. Having previously worked in bookbinding and bookselling, Lodwijk, Elsevier. That sounds like an elven name. I'm just going to say that. Had a fine understanding of every aspect of the making of a book when he finally moved on to become a printer and a publisher. Lodwijk and his descendants would found one of the most famous and productive printing houses of the early modern era, lasting for 130 years. The House of Elsevier was known for its elegance and accuracy, but also for the small and very portable formats used, such as the duodecimo format. Noteworthy among the works that would leave the Elsevier presses are the Elsevierian Republics, books describing the history and present of select countries around Europe and the world. While intended for an international market, these books will surely find a big readership among the Dutch merchant class and will help them understand the various countries they intend to invest in or trade with. The Sil in Elsevier is silent, apparently. True. They're trying to hide. They're trying to hide the fact that they're elves. Everybody calls me an elf. And then we find pretty good evidence of elves in the Netherlands. And what is it? Nothing. Silence. Silence. All right. Bengal, can you please just, like, get occupied? And global trade has appeared in our capital. Is that enough? No. China is still on par tech-wise? Historical but annoying. Yes. Historical but annoying, they are, in fact, equal tech-wise. Just the unfortunate reality of things. Ning is falling about behind a little bit. But it doesn't matter. When they have 227,000 troops, they can be a couple mil techs behind. And there's not really much that I can do about it. I want to side with the bureaucrats. I don't really want to lose 3 discipline before I'm about to go to war. But fine. I was really hoping there was going to be a discipline guy here, I'm not going to lie. I was really hoping we were going to get lucky with that. I have a colonist available, by the way. How good is Singapore? I'm not sure, but I don't want to own it. I don't want to own anything up here. At least not for right now, because then I'll have to defend it. If I just own this, then I just have to put a big old fort in Siak and put boats right here, and then no one can get to my islands. You wanted to make a border gore joke about Korea, but those borders are pretty tight. Nice. 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 Check for war. No. Didn't Singapore an island? I mean, I guess so. Yeah, you're not wrong. Man, this guy sucks. You're not wrong. And I guess it's in the same place. I could go for Tamask. I could grab these, actually. And it'd be another spot inside this trade now. So maybe we will. Yeah, there's a straight crossing. Right, but the straight crossing's in the same... It's in the same sea tile. No, it's not. It's not in the same sea tile. This is the Malay coast, and this is the Straits of Malacca. I would have to have ships on both. We might still, though. We might. We might. You never know. I could also be going after Sunda right now. But it looks like China has arrived in Bengal proper. Come on, Bengal. Eventually you have to give up. Is the natural location bonuses worth it? For trade? I mean, it's great. Is it worth it that if I get involved in a war with China somehow, like if they declare war on me after I take Taiwan, is it worth trying to defend from 500,000 troops? No. No. Unless I can put some boats here. Which, by the way, that is something we should invest into, is another fleet of heavies. Because then I can go after Taiwan. And then I can start making some bucks. Some bucks, bro. Getting into the Fujian node. Look at this. There's a lot of dudes. There's a lot of dudes that need a lot of goods. Thank you. I forgot about my lazy colonist already. Oh, it's just too far away for sending the colonists to the Ainu. Darn. Darn, 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 darn. Where to go then? Where to go? Where to send my little old colonist? There are some spots here in West Africa, I guess. It doesn't tell me the potential size of the forestries. Oh, yes, it does. If I go over here. Output of the game industry minus 40%. Oh, well, that kind of defeats the whole purpose of wanting ivory. Also, I thought it told me my total amount of timber when I go over it. But I guess not. I don't know where I should send my colonist. Where the frickety frack should I send them? These are all trade post spots. Over the terrain tooltip has like... Oh, was it the wrong one? Yeah, okay, I'm not crazy. So it has 687 forested lands. It also has sea salt. Total land, 139. I don't know how much of that is mines and how much of that is farmland. But they could be decent provinces to grab. There's also this stuff down here, which Spain is starting to get involved in. Jungle Hills, still less output of the game industry. Total land is just farmland? Ah, okay. We have ivory, we have sea salt here. I mean, I don't know. It could be worth it to to try and grab more of Africa. I don't know, though. We could also just keep our colonists focused in the west here. We could fill in more of Mexico. We can try and cut off this entire coast of Mexico, since it's going to be forever for our subject to get up there. And also, I would like to come back and take Mexico. Need more force limit, though. We could close off the East Coast. True. We could try and close off the East Coast as well. But, like, New Netherlands is going crazy. I don't think I need to help New Netherlands anymore. In fact, how loyal are they? They're loyal enough. Is this New Rotterdam here? No, this is all Mexico. It would give them more land. I could also grab Huitares. Once these two are done, Mexico's going to automatically expand into here, aren't they? Yeah. Should probably take Savannah and Charleston before Brittany does, though. Brittany is allied Bohemia. But again, like, New Netherlands is expanding quickly. And I may actually slow him down if I put any provinces in his way. Yeah, Spain unfortunately owns Panama. They're allied to Venice, Lorraine, and Auvergne. We might actually be in a position to where we could go kick the shit out of Spain. That would be interesting. We could call in the AFU. I would need to... Oh, they're also farther behind me on Miltech. I'm about to get access to my better infantry. My special infantry. We might actually be able to go and deal with Spain. Yeah, they're no longer allied to Portugal. What would I take from Spain, though? I'd want Colombia. But if I inherit their colonies, they're going to be Catholic, aren't they? Cringe. But right now, New Granada is their only colony. I could take their land in Mexico, specifically Panama. I could loot them to the ground. And maybe I can take some outposts of theirs in Africa. Start my own colony in Colombia. True. We could send some expeditions to Colombia to form our own and then annex it. The woes of being a worldwide empire. I have so many struggles to worry about. And you know what's crazy? I still have not sent my colonist anywhere, so I'm going to send it here. Just send the colonist somewhere and have it do something. Can you build the Panama Canal? You can build the Suez, so I would assume you can build the Panama. How developed and populated are your colonial cities? Well, we have our earlier ones. This was our first one. Still does not have a port, by the way. Let's look at where the sector capitals are, because those are what matter. This sector capital has quite a bit. 0 amenities? Right. Remember. Urban development is not necessarily population. It's about the profitability of the productivity, the economic productivity of your urban population. But I probably should build some amenities here. So that way this province can become even stronger. To answer your question, 30,000 peasants, 7,000 residents. Design, improve, amenities, 1 rank, prepare to construct. 485 ducats? Fine. But only because I'm a good guy. That's it. Here we have 43,000 peasants, 8,000 residents. You can also build up Amenities to rank 1 here. You mean the colonial countries? Oh! Oh, you want me to care about what my colonies are up to? Yeah, we can take a look at that too. Why can this province not construct amenities? Because... I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I can only build 2 things at a time? Not sure. Alright. The cities in our colonies are what you care about. Looks like we got 2 main cities in Dutch Hispaniola. Guanabo has 142,000 peasants, 15,000 residents, 27,000 nomads. And Higui has 166,000 peasants, 12,000 residents, and 37,000 nomads. There's a lot of pops. How's their actual industries doing? The farmlands are maxed out. We're currently producing no cash crops in this province. The farmlands are maxed, building crops, pastures, and 138 nomadism. Really would love to see those nomads go away, but whatever. But the sea salt is being produced. They're building up those mines. The forestries are being built up slowly but surely. The fisheries are also being built up slowly but surely. Game doesn't take into account the mass death of natives via disease and slavery? I guess not. Expedition to... Colombia. To Atlantic Colombia. So that way I can deal with Spain. And there is global trade showing up in our capital. Or at least the little pop-up gives us 50 of each monarch point and 10 prestige. And how much is that going to be to embrace? Well, when it gets into our second province, we'll be able to do it. And how quickly is it spreading? 0.86. Not bad. I haven't implemented slavery in any way. The New World play is less extreme. Also, it would be entirely worthless without any pops. Yeah, I guess I get that. Spain, 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 Spain. You are losing against a native tribe. There might not be a new Granada to go back to. Might not be a new Granada to even take. 21. Okay. Boost those bureaucrats. And... oh, I threw. Wait. This feels cheesy. This feels cheesy because I don't have tribes in every province. But I could expand our authority to get 2.5 state reach everywhere. I could upgrade the nobles to level 3 military. The only thing is they do less investments into the feudal levies, but it enables enlistment via bureaucracy reforms. So then I can start... I can start recruiting through my crown land, which I don't currently have any, but the clergy have plenty of crown land that I can take from. But what I wanted to do was this. Enforce sovereign law in core jurisdictions. And get those courts up to level 2. That's one of the requirements for meritocracy. It also gives us pretty good bonuses. It's not through crown land? Oh, it's through peasant-owned land, right? Is that what it is? Peasant-owned land? Yeah, let's do this. Hurts. Hurts. Everybody's mad. The burgers are pissed beyond all belief. Yeah, let's give the burgers some tax relief. I may come to regret that. Do a show of devotion. Nobody liked that. We could have done this reform first, which would have been nice, but I'm not going to reform when I don't have stability. That just makes everybody mad. Level 3 is the state army, which is basically as much as 60% of your tax income can buy you. It's expensive, but if you have a lot of tax income, you can raise China levels of army. Well, I don't think I'm quite to China levels, but I do have 76. I don't know if that's a lot. It's a lot. It's the fourth most in the world. So possibly. It would possibly be a decent idea. 30 to 40,000 troops. Grain for the commoners. I think tax relief only gives 25. No, tax relief gives 50. Yes. Do it. And then let's dunk on the nobles. Ouch. They don't hit 0 loyalty though, which is important. We only lose 1 stab. Great success. So, we'll see what that does for us. If you use tax relief and you have no state army, then your army vanishes as no taxes, no armies. I suppose that's fair. In 5 years, we'll figure out if that worked. In 5 years, we'll figure it out. But I was able to pass it now. I guess we can roleplay it as we told the nobles that we're going to implement a plan in 5 years. They have time to prepare. Good for them. Wait, let's unpause. All right. Actually, I think we need to wrap it up here. I got text. I got something to do. I got to go into the outside world, folks. Outside world. It's a little bit shorter stream than our more recent ones, but you can do a sleep. Look at that. Look, we're all going to sleep. We're all that's it. The timing. But we will get back to this tomorrow, where we will continue to expand. I mean, our trade income is going crazy. Our tax income is crazy. Our income in general is crazy. But we will continue to expand. I want to break into this China trade at some point. But it's going to be a very difficult thing to do without China trying to kill us. So we build up a fleet, and then when they try to kill us, we loot them for money. Rah! What is an outside world? I don't know, but I'm about to find out. But that is going to be it for today. No raid or anything. I shall see you all tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. I hope to see you in the next one.